And we're live. Looks like we got about 20 viewers in right now. I'm here with Tagata. We're going to be casting on FAFLive, the mini Legend of the Stars tournament number 2 here with everybody. Thank you for tuning
Hello,
in,
hello.
everybody.
Welcome.
We're going to be
We
checking
will
out.
be.
Let's see. I'm going to bring up the challenge bracket just so we can take a look at what's going on here. And, oh, well, that's wonderful. 1 second. There we go. All right. Now we got the challenge bracket up so we can actually discuss who's going to be playing here today.
All right. First of all, we will be checking out the match between Robogear and LotS. Is this the
No, it's a Riddick versus Blast. Oh,
yeah your bracket for the
yeah, I gotta
stream?
update that a little bit.
You
All
need to
right,
update it.
let's get away from that and just go with that one. All right, we'll be watching Blast versus Riddick, which is a player formerly known as Doom. He's a returning player that we haven't seen for quite some time. He played in the October Ladder League series recently. He's one of the better Ukrainian players. Of course, we all know that Patrick is probably the most notable one that you have in there, but it's nice to see him back. It's always great when top players kind of come back and start playing games and they show that they're still got a lot of talent here. Not a lot of recent games watched by Riddick slash Doom, in my opinion, right? Oh, looks like they're starting the game and nobody actually asked us, so we're going to get right to that in the main. Sorry about that, guys. Apologies, everybody. It looks like they launched the game without telling us. So I'm just going to update real quick and get the correct players in here. Who is hosting?
No, it doesn't really matter. Just make sure the screen.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Alright, so we're on 15 by 15 map gen.
Your screen capture is not working, Morix.
1 second. It should be updating soon. There you
Okay,
go.
now we can see it.
So we've got Blast Chill, pretty classic player from the BAW clan. Just recently gone to SA. Oh no, he's an Oni. That's right. I forgot about that. Still has not joined to SA. When are you guys going to get such a great player like your previous BAW player in here, Tagata?
I don't know. I guess when he'll be up for it.
So this is a tourney setting mode 15 by 15, and I'm gonna say I feel like they got like the large mountain one in there. For those of you who don't know, the map gen has been updated recently, and we now have the capability to generate 7 by 5 and 15 by 15 maps, which is pretty interesting because normally we have. Tagata, can you take care of the
Yeah,
bidding?
I will take.
Yeah, sorry, I just noticed that from him. So back to the map gen right here. We now have a whole slew of different sizes of the maps. You can go from 5 by 5, 7.5 by 7.5, 10 by 10, 15 by 15, 20 by 20. And I know it says 20 by 20 up in the top, but actually what's happening is there's a clipping area in here with the map editing right there. So now you have a whole different set of maps that we can play here. And I don't know exactly what's going to happen. I'd say 15 by 15 is about the largest, like land only, but it looks like they got some kind
A
of
bit of
not very.
navy pockets, but they won't
Yeah,
really have too big of an effect.
I don't think
I'm
it's gonna.
mostly interested about maybe Blast utilizing the hover. Actually, both players, since Reactive has access to Phobos, right? So they can be moving around, raiding each other's expansion via the water for sure. It's quite the middle. I don't think you can actually move through there. The mountains are a bit too steep, I think.
I'm just gonna zoom in real quick and check it out. You may be able to. Looking at these ones here, I wouldn't be surprised if you could actually run some units in there, and it looks like the scouts proving us wrong with that just now.
Yeah, the question, you can for sure go somewhere. The question is, can you move all the way through? And how long is that gonna take?
It's one of those maps with a bunch of reclaim pockets in the middle, so I'm not sure if they're just going to move the engineers there, or if they're going to bother dropping them here. But
Yeah, both
not
players are choosing to go for a couple inties, not going for a greedy transport. Also, Blast decided to make 2 laps. I guess he's scared of a Zui, but I think that's a bit too early. I'm not sure what is he trying. Oh, actually, he's trying to defend versus a possible drop. I think that he expected Doom to maybe drop to the top left, top right, or like to be above his free max expansion and try to do a proxy. So that's why the labs are heading there. But it seems like both players for now are playing pretty defensively. They are expanding outwards with the engineers and covering everything with intis and air scouts.
at this size map. I know Phobos are a threat, and Aurora, but I can't see them doing too much raiding. It's like the expansion's too far, so I think this is going to be a pretty air dominant map. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Unless there's like a successful proxy somewhere, I think it will be mostly about air. So I quite like the faction choice by Blast. Getting access to the T2A on air is definitely very valuable on such a map. You can have this superior interceptor or rather air fighter. That would be the Swift Wind. We have a first air fight, or rather an air skirmish. 2 versus 2, well now 3 versus 1. Much better turn for Blast, managing to get in behind the Doom's interceptors, shoot them down with ease. So an early air control lead from Blast jailed for now. We see a bomber from Doom, however, I don't think how much it will be able to achieve without the needed air control. Neither player going for a transport yet, which I guess makes kind of sense. If both players go for only interceptors and they are able to cover all of their expanding engines, you don't really need to drop anything here. Yeah,
Both
so it
players
seems
double
like,
air.
yeah, yeah.
Riddick going for a triple air.
I would expect a T2R transition in the next couple of minutes for both players. You can see that Blast started upgrading maxes. He's currently heavily assisting one of his max extractors heading to T2. The bomber from Doom in the top portion of the map was shut down. It wasn't able to deny the expansion engineer that's making a land factory there to secure the expansion further. And we also see a counter bomber from Blast Shield, however, it's idling right now.
Yeah, I think both players have recognized that early raids with bombers is probably not going to work out. They have a lot of interceptors covering the whole area, and
Yeah.
I don't.
Reactive has started his T2R upgrade. He's also trying to make as much power as possible. Blast, I think he will follow soon. He just spammed a ton of T1 pigeons. And because Reactive went for the TTR faster while Blast kept making more intis, Blast is about to win definitively the IR fight. He has 3 times more intis and he's just cleaning out the skies right now. So total air control for Blast. However, without T2R, he cannot really capitalize on it too easily. He's also making a lot of eco on the back of it. The bomber that was earlier, the bomber from Blast Chill that was made earlier is now wreaking havoc in the expansion. However, since the factories are already set up, I don't think it will be able to inflict a long-lasting damage there. And the bomber isn't covered either by the intis, so it will just die. The T2R is done for Riddick, but I don't think that he will be able to too much with it yet. He will need to regain air control, which will take a while, and Blast is already heading to T2R right now as well.
Looks like
Blast,
Blast was right to get the Phobo counter measures up there. There's a stream of them just kind of coming up for Riddick right now. I don't think they're going to get through anywhere on the top though. It appears that Blast Shield has really taken care of that right there. He's got a scout right there, which I think that Riddick should probably kill so that he can't see it. Maybe he can send some Zooies up along the top or something like that and try and catch him off guard. But there's only one 3-mex expansion there. It's going to be really hard to do like any sneak. It's like normally in maps you'll see some mexes or some resources like along like the outer edges or something, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything sneaky like that right now.
Yeah. What I'm really worried about is that Blastus has quite a nice eco lead right now. He's later to the T2 gen. However, I think Reactive is overspying power. There aren't that many mexes on the map, and he only has one T2 max extractor, and he's already trying to grab a second T2 gen. So yeah, he will be surely overflowing some power. Also, Morax, can you check the overlay since one of the zeros for the score
Yeah, I
is
noticed
overlapping?
that the names came out a little bit much. We were having issues with the Blast Child's name, unfortunately, because it's lengthy, but I'll fix that for the next ones. And Blast going for a pretty big attack in the bottom left with, well, just a few bombers, but it's a lot of inties right there. Looks like he really just wants to get rid of that one there, but there's going to be T1AA kind of coming out right now.
Yeah. It's a nice idea, however, you really need T2 gunships to be able to inflict some bigger amount of damage. Also, we see a possible air fight. I think Reactive is thinking about it, however, he's not unsure about his advantage. And now he decides to pull the trigger. Oh, he might catch Blast on the retreat.
Oh, yeah, he get Blast.
Yeah, this is really bad. Both players are microing, but I think Reactive will be able to win easily. He got the best, he had more intis and also had the better turn.
Swift Wind's coming in, but they're heavily outnumbered.
Yeah, Swift Winds are not more efficient than intis. By the way, they are only faster and they are able to basically gain value because they have more HP, so they can tank a bit and then they can be repaired. When a straight up fight with Swifty, don't crush intis at all. Now we can see that Blast Shield is just finishing his second T2 support factory and a third one, so he'll be going for full air spam.
Yeah, I'm gonna be guessing he's gonna be trying to just make full Swift Winds at this point, try and overwhelm with air.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Riddick has plenty of indies right now. He could get a couple of Nothas out and really
lost
do damage.
A lot of engineers in his base. There was a bomber from Blast, and it killed 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It killed 13 engineers in Riddick's base while the air fight was happening. So that's a very nice pickup. That was a juicy bomber. We see a lot of Phobos from Reactive, but they are mostly waste of mass, to be honest. They are countered quite easily by the Auroras. The only thing that it enforces is just putting some APM strain on Bash, since if he won't be microing his Auroras at all, then they will just die eventually. But for now, it looked really, really good for Blast. He was ahead in economy. His T2 air transition was a bit later, but it was still fine. But now this airflow really hurt him. Riddick was able to capitalize on that heavily, and now Riddick is going for, Reactive, sorry. He's going for a T2 transport, so he's gonna be looking for a Phobo drop. You can see some Phobos gathering on the bottom, so I expect he will go over there and pick them up. So yeah, definitely blast through a bit, but he isn't in a losing position or anything. He just needs to be a bit more careful. He needs to finish his second P-gen, make a shield so he's safe from Notas, and then he needs to be very careful about the drops. And the first drop is incoming. However, it's not aiming really for anything important. It's just gonna try to kill a couple maxes, which I don't think I like too much. He should be trying to aim for the T2 maxes that are below, south of Blast Shield's main base. Killing 2 maxes is okay, but he's gonna invest a lot of Phobos here. If he would drop like that, I would much rather have him have a nicer mix of tanks and artists. So it would be much harder for Blast to counter it with just a couple of Auroras.
Now we're at the point where it looks like some Aurora spam is going to be bothering Reactive quite a bit on the bottom here. And I don't think he can do too much damage with it, but it's making Reactive...
Yeah, there are already gunships on the way from Reactive, so he'll be able to deal with those easily. And remember that the one AA, mobile AA from Aeon cannot sadly hover across the water, so he won't be able to defend his Auroras as well. And however, the air forces are looking much closer right now. Riddick made 2 T2 transport, now he's making gunships. I'm afraid that he will be putting himself in danger of losing air. I think he underestimates how much production Blast has currently.
Mix of the Swifties and the T1 Interceptors is interesting by Blast. I think it's a good thing to get the numbers to be going. And we have a nice transport drop from Reactive on the top. That one's definitely going to do some damage to the top expansion.
Yeah, Blast needs to make a couple gunships. I'm just to say that he starts some with heavy assistance, but this will deal quite a bit of damage. There's a T2 HQ here that may die, actually. If Reactive moves in and target fires the factory, that would be very huge.
I don't think he's noticed it's there.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And now he's trying to move, but like the biggest thing is that once Blast gets a couple of flags and shields and blazes, it will be really, really hard for Reactive to counter it, since he won't be able to do it with T2R. And I like that. Reactive is going for T3R. I think that's a good choice right now.
You probably should.
There's another drop from Reactive on the bottom. He dropped 4 Zoes, so very... Oh, the gunship was just a bit too late. The max went down, so that was a very nice drop.
And Reactive made catches. It's
off
guard again.
Blast was chasing the transport. Very important air fight. Oh, the Intis are the Swifties from Blast are not macroed too well. They missed one of their turns.
Looks like
they're still. Yeah, it's really close. I think Blast may be able to pull out ahead if he keeps macroing.
Yeah.
The Swifties are proving their worth. The most important thing is after this fight, you can see they are all pretty low HP.
Wow.
So if you repair them, you get insane value. Yeah, that was the beginning. The second turn wasn't the greatest for Blast, but the rest were really good. So Blast is able to now secure total air control, and this would be really important because if he would have lost air, Reactive would have been able to make a strat and kill all of his maxes. And now the Reactive will need at least like 5 to 10 ASF to be able to clean it out, maybe even more. There are so many Swifties, and the gunships should be able to regain a lot of map control for Blast. The T2HQ also never died, so he's able to get some blazes and hover flag.
Yeah, so Reactive's T3 air HQ is done, but I really don't think he's gonna try and get the T3
Yeah,
Pigeon up right
he's
now.
idle. He's not making a T3 NG, he's not making T3 Pigeon, he's just idle. He's making Intis out of his T3 air HQ. I don't like this. Just won't work.
Yeah, I think he
has
pretty
no
much
air.
stopped and said, what the heck am I gonna do right now?
Yeah, this doesn't look good. He needs a T2 flag in his base. That was quite a terror. Oh, I also don't like that Blast tried to go for the ACU. He should have just went for the build power or Maxis and then go away once he forced AA. Because right now he just wasted the gunships.
I was gonna say, not putting much of a dent in the T3 shield. He could have easily
he didn't
taken
even.
This out. He could have taken this out. There's plenty of other things. This is completely vulnerable. I would just attack along the.
There's another Zoe drop killing Maxis south of Blast Shield's base. That's very nice from Reactive. But now with total air control, the gunships can just kill all the spread out Maxis around the map, and there isn't that much that Reactive can do about it. He managed to snipe 2 or 3 gunships, but because Reactive was quite late on the T3 NG, he finished the AHQ over a minute ago, and he still doesn't have a T3 Pigeon started, so it looks really grim. If he is able to stabilize and do a lot more damage like he's been doing with the drops, killing all the eco from Blast, he should be okay. Blast is just finishing up the T3 HQ right now, and he doesn't have a room for T3 Pigeon either. He would need to reclaim some of his T1 power, which is what he should do.
He's got so many air factories that he's going for a 4th T2 Pigeon. Not sure if that's necessary. I think he could just pause all these factories here and maybe just stop production. He has complete air dominance right now. There's nothing Reactive can really do about it, so he could just completely rush the Pigeon if he wanted to.
Right, so Blast Shield managed to deal a lot of damage. He cleaned out the south expansion completely. He also killed 3 T2 Maxes and couple T1, but some of them were already rebuilt, so Reactive is able to stabilize a bit. However, he's just behind on Nico right now. He has no air control and he lost his main advantage, which was the T3R, really. Oh, actually, what is Blast doing? He's making 50 to PGen instead of the T3 one. I don't understand this at all. That's way too much power. And
Yeah.
he's making... He's stalling really hard. Really hard.
I'm not
think he's
sure. Oh, sorry.
he's stalling mass. Like, he's stalling mass while making another pigeon, so that's pretty bad.
I'm a little unsure why Blast is keeping his Air Force over Reactive's base. He knows he can't really do anything there, and he's just losing like ship after fighter after fighter from the T1 Mobile A.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
see a lot of Swift and Rex around Reactive space, and that's quite a bit of reclaim here. There's around 3.5k, and only like 600 of that, or like 800 of that is Reactive planes and Maxes. However, now the T2 land from Blast Shield is able to move across the channel. However, Blazes are not very good versus T1 PDs, since they don't have a lot of DPS.
No, it's just that
So
I don't think their shots really arc. It's more like a direct line fire, so it just gets
yeah,
right into
that
walls,
as well.
Unfortunately, it doesn't
Oh,
get the
luckily,
turret raise,
luckily
like,
for Blast, the PD isn't fully surrounded by walls. However, the Blazes didn't even focus the PD, so they just killed a couple engineers and mostly died. So yeah, it was looking quite... Oh, look at this bomber wing and gunships coming around the back of in the bottom left corner. I'm not sure what's the idea here.
maybe take out the T3P gen. Because if he does that, then that's just gonna possibly just put like a dagger in Reactive, and he'll just be like, I give up.
I mean, the biggest issue is that Blast still hasn't made a single T3 plane. It's been like 3 minutes since he finished his HQ, and he made 2 extra T2 pigeon, then a T3 pigeon, and now he reclaimed the 2 T2 pigeons he made, and he's going to make another T3 one. I don't really understand this. Okay, so yeah, the bombers are going for the pigeon, but
Not
it's
enough.
not gonna be successful.
And
The atom bombers do only 200 damage per bomb.
you know,
So
Reactive is kind of behind on Eco right now, but he has enough ASF out now to kind of spread out and take some of it back, I think, at this point, because Blast
yeah,
didn't
he
get on.
definitely needs a transport to regain the map control in the bottom corner. He's also making a T3 max. He just finished it with all the reclaim. Yeah, if Reactive is able to stabilize, he will be ahead on there. Because most of the Swifties and most of the Intis are nearly out of fuel, low HP. The Swifties are also out of fuel. Some of them have quite impressive veterancy though. And Blast maybe ahead on map control, but I think the ecos are quite similar at this point. Like, Reactive right now needs to just get back his half of the map, and he needs to make something to deal with the T2 hover. Because he won't be able... He needs like a couple of T1 PDs. That's really the best thing he can do, since the bases just won't be able to get through them. And that's really the only direct fire units that he will come across. However, he keeps losing a lot of stuff to random blazes.
The Blazes have Blast has included flak in there now, so the gunships aren't gonna be able to stop them, so they'll just be able to roam about. To answer your question, Turin, this is supposedly tournament mode map gen 15 by 15, unless they didn't use the proper settings, just FYI.
Ooh, Reactive is transporting pretty free engines to the bottom expansion. I'm not sure about that one. Don't think you need that much build power there, my friends. I mean, he will be able to easily secure it, but...
Well, the T1 PD went up in time, so none of them get hit, but those T3 engineers are...
Yeah, he has a lot of T3 engineers. He has 7 T3 engineers. That's quite expensive. I'm afraid that he may overinvested in the build power for the amount of mass he has. The production is quite similar. However, Reactive is again making only offensive units. He needs to switch back to ASF, or he will again, like we saw before in the air fight, during the air fight in the middle, just get behind because he overinvests in aggressive units. He also makes gunships to deal with the flag, which I don't like. He should have made a single strat bomber. He could have easily killed the flag. Then two or three gunships can deal with the rest of the blazes, and then the strat can go across the map and do a lot of damage on the outer mexes. Yeah, he's over spamming gunships definitely. He made like 11, 12, like 14 or 15 gunships. That's a lot. And they just died to flak. No, that's pretty bad. Thanks for the raid, Battlemoose. Appreciate it. Alright, so both players are now mostly scaling the ASF numbers. Neither is really ecoing more. Blast is just upgrading some of the T1 maxes lying about to T2, but he isn't really trying to get a T3 max. And both players are posturing for a big R fight. The numbers are quite... The ASF numbers are a bit lower for Blast, but he has some Swifties. And Reactive decides not to engage, and he loses all of his gunships. That was really painful. These were the 11 gunships.
Who is Ray QM? What the heck?
For some reason, he got in and he didn't get kicked by Reactive. Don't ask me. They just started the game too soon before I was able to tell them to kick non-casters.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that there was someone in here aside from us. We're not supposed to let that happen anymore.
Well, obviously, but you know, I'm not the host of the game, the players are, so if they don't do the host properly, then not much we can do there. Alright, so... What the heck?
Wondering when Blast is going to control K those T1 air factories on the side of his base that he's not using anymore. I think they've kind of run their purpose.
Yeah, I don't think they can...
Wow, look at this. Reactive has got a full setup of cap T2 mexes at the south expansion now, so he's caught
that was
right up.
quite nice. That was quite nice. I would like to see Blast ferry some NGs to where he killed all the gunships, coop that mass up, and then invest that into T4 mexes. I think right now you should be thinking about just ecoing one T3 max after another. I'm not sure if Blast realizes that he is no longer really that ahead. Like, he still is a bit, but the air forces are quite similar. I think Reactive has more ASF even.
Ooh, I don't like that. Is there a way to kick people out of the game? I don't know what's going on with the Ray QM thing is trying to cheat right there, but...
Yeah.
This is bothering me a little bit, actually.
Well, you just need to ignore it for now and make sure that no other players get into the game randomly. So I just went in the Reactive's point of view, and his income is around 120. He's falling here and there a bit, but it's quite steady. While Blast is on at 101. So Reactive is actually ahead. And if you look at the ASF numbers, it's 35 for Blast and 41 for Reactive. So Reactive is a bit ahead on both eco and on ASF, and he's about to make another T3 max. So I think Blast is a bit too comfortable right now. I think like Blast maybe thinks that he's more ahead than that he's ahead even though he isn't. I would suspect. His intel is alright, so I'm quite surprised by that. Push on the north can achieve quite a bit. I'm quite I'm not too happy that he isn't making any mobile shields though. Like if you have 3 flags, that's nice versus gunships and stuff. But if you have 3 flags and 2 T shields, there's no way any gunships can deal with that at all. So I think that's a big missed opportunity.
We have a strat bomber out by reactive. I'm gonna be guessing that he's going for the raiding
Yeah,
raid, but he's
for the
not putting
flag.
his ASF in front, so it's gonna get gobbled up pretty quick.
I think he's covering it now. Like the biggest
Yeah,
strength of the
lost
strat is
invite.
you can just snipe the flags and then move in with a couple gunships to do with the blazes. Still, Blast is not making any T3 maxes. I don't understand this. Like, you should be transitioning your air dominance and your map control before into a nice eco lead as well. That's gonna allow you to win pretty easily without any risk in the long term. It seems like the game will be mostly decided about with the next air fight, and the strat manages to snipe most of the flags, so that's a pretty nice snag there.
And here comes the
And
fight. Oh, well, I
maybe
thought it was gonna be. Reactive is not gonna engage.
I would like to remind the viewers that Reactive has more airplanes, so he's a bit scared since he's defending, but I think he should, at this point, if it's close to his base,
And this is why we don't let too many people into the game.
yeah. Blast is not too happy, obviously.
No, I don't blame him. This is not supposed to
Yeah, me
happen. Like
neither.
I came in here and the game launched before we actually got there, so I'm gonna have to have a word with this, unfortunately. Anyway, so I'll keep to myself on that. And I'm getting a bunch of pings right now, so I'm actually gonna have to let me just alt tab real quick actually so I can check what's going on. Looks like most of the game is still going.
Yeah, I only saw that Turin has finished this game.
Okay, so we're not too far behind.
Seems like the players. Wait, it. Okay, so can you kick him, Morax, or?
I can't kick him yet, no.
Okay, so we need to wait for the kick.
Okay, I got it back. Let's go.
Alright, the game should be fine, hopefully. Yeah, okay. Everything should be in order now.
Yeah. Um,
Okay, so we continue. There are quite a few blazes looking to do some critical damage, and we are getting closer and closer to reactive base. I think reactive should make a sum in his base, to be honest. Like one sum, and Blast won't be able to engage over his base. That would give him a lot more room to maneuver his planes. The blazes should be able to kill at least 2 or 3 T2 maxes, so that's quite nice. And we see already an
here
invasion.
comes your fight.
Yeah. Ooh, Blast was in a terrible formation. That's really bad. I think these are nice turns, but I don't think it will save him.
Yeah, no, he's done, it looks like.
It's actually much closer than I expected.
Oh, okay.
The turns
I'm-
from Blast are actually incredibly good.
Wow.
Yeah, that's very nice, Michael, from Blast. He salvaged that air fight really well.
I was
That's
fully expecting that to just
yeah, me
no
too.
SAMs or anything inside his base. He reclaimed the T1.
Oh,
really
that's
bad turn there too.
yeah.
Because he's going after
He
the strat.
he went for the strat.
And the strat's off map, so loses target.
Okay, a secondary air fight. equal numbers, however, a better first turn for reactive, and he should be able to close it out. So that was some very close airfight there. And reactive managed to win it in the end after quite a bold move from Blast to move so close to the base. He tried to completely finish it. And now what's important is this giant reclaim field that consists of over 18,000 reclaim. Whoever is able to control this area and grab the reclaim should be able to close out the game, or at least get a very nice advantage.
I think it's going to be very hard to contest this. There's a lot of units coming up from Blast now.
Well, the important thing is that there's the Blast stopped making T2 units from his proxy. Not from his proxy, from his expansion. So there's no more flak coming. There's only one flak in this whole army mix. And reactive has air control, so he can just kill the Engis and kill all the raiding units, and then he should be able to... He should start right now be making a line of T1 factories to try to secure this reclaim. And with that reclaim, he can just eco a lot. And he's already really ahead on T3 maxes. He has currently 4 to 0. Blast is just making his first one right now. So this looks really grim from Blast. Unless he's able to get the reclaim, I don't really see a way for him to stay competitive in this game for much longer. He just tried to kind of go all in it, and it failed.
So just a small update. I know you wanted to go over this, but Reactive's eco, he has 6 T3 maxes now versus Blast that has 1.
Yeah, I'm trying to update the bracket right now. 1 second.
Thank you.
Slow versus Sport.
If you don't mind too, choose a map. I can't alt-tab because I'm in the game mode
Yeah.
right now.
I will.
Checking out the numbers right here. Not sure what Blast can do. Like I said earlier, I really think he should control K these T1 factories and try and put out some little bit of eco there. I know it looks like that he still has map control, but this is a pretty dominant ecosystem for Riddick here. I'm not sure what we're gonna see here to end the game, but possibly Nuke or Artie or something, unless somebody gets really ahead of air and just goes with it. But they seem to keep getting the same equal numbers out. T2 started for Reactive's commander. He's probably just gonna go straight to T3 so he can get something really big out, or like one of the game enders. I'm kind of thinking that since all this reclaim is over here for Reactive, that this is going to be pretty much like the winning situation right here. So it's going to be a little bit of time that needs to go by. Nothing but flat coming out for Blast Chilled on the side there. He really wants to try and keep this clean, but not sure if he's going to be able to get that. Like I predicted, T3 straight for his commander. I think a little assist can go right here. I think his ASF numbers are pretty good. Nope, it looks like Blast has gotten pretty equal on that again. Got a SAM site by the Omni station. That's actually kind of nice. A little bit of a static game going on here right now. not sure what the T1 spam is over here. Maybe if these were all Zuis. I think that Reactive should probably go T2 land and get some Yenzis and Black of his own to come out here. He could probably move in here and do a little bit of damage. It doesn't look like Blast that really has it secured. All he does have is a T2 flat coming out of here. I'm not sure why he's still doing that, but maybe he's paying attention elsewhere.
Yeah, Reactive is doing a really good job of securing all the recon fields now. He's also able to farm a lot of Phobos to kind of counter the flag spam from Blast. However, I think Reactive should go for T2 land and make some Yenzins, to be honest. But in the long term, I think it's all about the amount of T3 maxes he can make. Since Blast can either choose to try to catch up in air or make maxes. He cannot do both. He just doesn't have enough mass for that. While Reactive is just kind of turtling up. He's using the mass to grow his air grid, grow the amount of maxes he has, T3 maxes.
Maybe he does have the math. He just doesn't have the actual capability to do it.
What? What do you mean?
I don't know. I like how you called the math at first. That was great.
I thought I said mass, but...
Maybe it was the accent.
Oh, there you go, the T1 air factories you were talking about.
Yeah.
And finally getting reclaimed.
I would really love to see Yenzis.
Yeah, current eco situation is 53 maxes for Blast and 223 income. And for Reactive, it's 310 income and 11 T3 maxes. So that's 6 T3 max advantage and 100 income advantage. So that's very large. So right now, Reactive is really needs to choose the way he's gonna kinda try to end the game. And here goes the air fight. Yeah, that's quite a decisive move from Reactive. Just
not sure.
Yeah, not sure I like it.
I don't think he noticed Sam. I don't know how
also,
much that's
the micro from Dust was just better, and Blast just wins. And look, here goes the 10k mass deposit for Blast to use for his T3 maxes
so
now.
They've both traded mass deposits.
Yeah, that was not the correct move. Like, what Reactive should have done is after he got the T3 maxes, right, everywhere, he just made T3 maxes everywhere. He has 15k mass in bank and still some mass. He should have just made T2 land and a chicken. And just make a lot of flag with it and just walk across the map.
This is starting to remind me of the game where it was Sukul versus Turn on the 20x20 map.
Oh yeah, that
and
one.
It lasted forever and it held up the tourney by a bit. Because I'm getting nervous that there has been a exchange of just air fights and deposits here and stuff, so I'm not sure how this is going to end. Maybe we'll see T3 Artie or maybe Yolona at this point.
No, I think like a chicken and flag move out, a nuke would be nice. Just like if you're so ahead on eco, if you force your opponent to constantly need to make something like an SMD, a lot of air, SAMs, defenses, then they cannot catch up in eco ever because they just have less income. So you can make a nuke and eco while they only make an SMD. And right now, that was quite a throw, but sure, it was a mistake and it will prolong the game, but we need to realize that Reactive is still very much in control of this game. He just has so much more income. Even with this reclaim, it's gonna take a while for Blast to grab all of that and put it into his coffers, and before he can utilize that to catch up.
I do like how in the south Reactive has started to make some Otham, so he might stockpile those up a whole
Yeah,
bunch.
that's very nice. I like that he finally moved for something better than away from Phobos spam into some actual units on the land. I would like for him to make some more T3 factories, like 1 or 2 in the north, and just make couple autumns, couple flags, and move across the water. Like, if you just get 5 or 6 autumns, you can storm that base or force a lot of PDs. And there's already a T3 max there as well, from Blast.
I feel like some drops of T3 land units would be really nice in like the large open corridors on like the north middle and bottom middle. Blast is going for a stealth missile launcher facility. I don't know why I called it facility, but maybe he's hoping to take that. I feel like there's going to be one set of missiles that comes in and maybe takes out
Yeah, the shield
One,
is gonna block. I think one missile deals what 6 or 7k damage. I think. Wait, no, that's too much. It deals 6k, right? It
I
one shots
forget. I
the
think the
HQ.
AO one's slightly weaker and slightly slower. Um,
I don't think so. I think all the missiles deal the same. Wait, let me check actually. I can just go in
I
and check.
think it's 6k because I remember people were upset that the Cybran. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, 6k exactly.
Yeah, because I remember people were getting upset that the Cybran T3 power generator has 6k health and can be taken out by a single tactical missile when that balance update came out.
Yeah, the grumpy Cyberns always complaining about everything.
I
I
still,
like the nuke from reactive. I think that's the correct move. Even
yeah,
if Blast manages to get an SMD, reactive can just nuke the expansion, and by that time it should have like full T3 max there, so that's worth it already, and the HQ as well.
the
I
question
think it's
is Blast going to actually notice the nuke in time? Because I get a feeling this is going to go up really quick.
oh, it's Czar. Okay, that's ambitious. I think like
I
he
don't know
caught
if
up in
that'll work.
eco. Yeah, I'm not sure either.
So I was
Like
hoping for Yenzi's, but we're going to get Othams going down the south for reactive, and
yeah, but you need some flag. Even if you have nice air, you cannot. You just if there are a couple gunships, you don't want to need to fly your whole air force there.
I
But this will be nice. This will deal quite a bit of damage. It doesn't find the stealth missile battery though, and the TMLs are launching 4 missiles away. And actually, reactive is stalling power. This could snipe the HQ if Blast is lucky. Okay, second volley comes out, but only 3 missiles. I think maybe the oh actually, reactive doesn't have a TMD, but he's making it's his own battery of missiles. Okay, let's see. Will they impact the shield?
they
Ooh,
did, and at
all
least one
three
of
of
those
them.
mexes are going to go down. A bunch of volleys are coming out.
This is split? I cannot see because the trajectories are so weird. Okay, so one max goes down, but his shield should be able to
He's gonna
recharge.
he's gonna get two down. Actually, one's gonna hit
Yeah,
just before the shield goes back up. If that third one's going for it's going for the yeah, he's gonna take out all
that
three
would
T3
be yeah,
maxes.
that's very nice.
That actually
And
worked out
he
really well.
yeah, surprised it worked that well. Now the shield has recharged, but there's no response from. Oh, he's gonna ground fire the NG and the attack missile battery. That's quite nice. And now you see, because there's no flag, here come the gunships. And even though you see that Reactive has a lot of air on his own, he cannot move that right now because he's covering his own gunships on the top. So if this Autumn had like 8 flags with them and one T3 shield, this would have been a massacre of Spectres. But instead it's just, cleaning up the Autumns easily. And the nuke has been completed, it's just begun loading, and the Tsar is actually nearly halfway done, so that's going up quite fast. The question is, how will reactive really react to it? And will the nuke finish before the Tsar is able to suicide into the base?
I really
Reactive actually
wish.
made an SMD on his own and spamming a lot of shields.
I
But there
really.
are no sums, so I'm not sure. Like, if the Tsar finishes, then Reactive can just suicide his air and kill it. Before it can kill his AC or his air grid or anything important, really.
I really wish one more missile hit these T3 maxes down here, so it killed the reclaim here. Because
Well,
now,
they already did, because you need 3 of them, and then you overkill quite a lot. It killed, like, 3/4 of the replay, so that's good enough.
yeah, still.
Actually, there are stray missiles just coming in, but because of the shields recharging, it's, like, not doing much. That was quite a nice attack, though. So yeah, Blast is about to it's about to finish the Tsar. And Reactive is just playing insanely defensive. He just spammed a lot of T3 shields, he made an SMD, he's spamming infinite T1 PDs for some reason. But there's no AA in his base, so unless he decides to fight air before the Tsar finishes, or he just suicides the air and just trades the ASF for the Tsar, it's gonna be quite
The
interesting.
Tsar is done. Wow.
Yeah, that was quite
So
quick.
think Reactive has a little bit more air numbers, at least from what I can tell here. Very strange. Reactive has made a T1 PD sweep around his nuke defense, but there's no telemaser.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure.
think if maybe Blast engages with his air, I don't think he has more ASF though. That's the problem.
We
Let
have
me
a
check.
question from the chat. How many ASF does it take to kill a Tsar in one
Well,
sweep?
that's very weird question because like
Yeah.
if it's just a lone Tsar, you probably need only like 30 or 40 SF. But if you want to actually kill an enemy Tsar, just by suiciding your air in, you need like 80 to 100. Otherwise, the enemy SF can just kill you before you manage to kill it. So we have 130 SF for reactive and only 91. So that's a 40 SF difference. That's quite huge.
Looks like Blast is engaged in the air fight.
Yeah,
I
I'm
might
not
have
sure
done that
about.
a little bit before the Tsar gets there, because now it looks like, ooh,
It's gonna
yeah,
get
that's...
massacred. Like the Tsar, you can kite with Tsar a bit. He's just going for the ACU right now, but the Tsar will just get one shot. Yeah,
Yeah.
Reactive fights the air now. He comes for the Tsar, and he'll need only 2 passes, and the Tsar is dead. Yeah, I think
Doesn't even hit the shield.
I think that's game over. This is like 56k mass to reclaim. And reactive can just make 2 Awasas now. Or even one, just one will be enough. It will be enough. With total air control, he can just force infinite Psalms, clear all the ASF, and just. He should probably pause his air, like pause the ASF production, and just spam T3 engines on repeat. So he can spend the mass he just got.
Yeah,
I like that he's chasing the remaining ASF from Blast.
well, the ASF are going after the gunships.
Yeah, the guns. Actually, he gives up on the chase a bit. He loses the gunships. How is the nuke going? The nuke is like only 40%. I think reactive has been stalling. He also never fully rebuilt his T3 maxes. One of them is just like halfway rebuilt. Shouldn't really matter though. The amount of reclaim he just got is just insane. I'm not sure what's the plan for Blast now.
I don't know, but Blast is a fighter. I know he's going to take this out until the end. He does have an SMD that's about 50% done, so the nuke is not going to win it.
That's a good question, UD. So Reactive has invested only 9.5k mass in PDs around his SMD. I think
Okay.
that's a reasonable amount. That could have been like, 1/4 of an ass washer, but there are some things that better be safe than sorry. You never know when the tele ACU from Aeon can come. Imagine a infinite hard drop, and then you're very happy that you have those PDs. Better, just be prepared for everything. Yeah, Blast decides that there's no way. Like he doesn't really have any options here left. He just reactive has infinite mass, and Blast had no air control, no eco advantage, no land advantage. He was just losing all the maxes. Not much he can do there.
Yeah, so a nice recovery for Reactive, who looked like he was going to lose the game after losing a few air fights in the beginning against Blast. But Turtley map gets Turtley gameplay rewarded, I suppose.
Yeah, quite a back and forward game. A lot of air fights that turned out not how the players have maybe expected them to do. All right, so we go to the round of 8 right now, and the map for that round is Autumn, made by Jip. And Reactive moves through, knocking out Blast. And since this is a single elimination bracket, Blast has been knocked out of the tourney.
Well, there's a
All right, and all the other games have started, so I guess we are basically forced to follow Reactive and
Yeah.
cast his game versus UD.
1 second. I'm just gonna fix this real quick.
I think you can just remove the scores for now since we are casting best of ones anyway.
Yeah, I'll fix that after when we do that. I don't know why Blast Chill's name is not showing up correctly on there.
I think you didn't give it enough space, so it cannot render fully, probably. You need to increase the width a bit. Oh yeah, I also should disable the Supreme Scoreboard so I don't need to use the...
I have Supreme Scoreboard disabled.
Yeah, I'll do that. Since I needed to use the console last game, which was a bit annoying.
Oh, that's weird. It doesn't want to work out.
Do you have the name inputted correctly?
Yeah.
So just you need to change the width, probably, because the text doesn't fit in. Also, now we changed the font size a bit.
Yep. Just by moving it there. Alright, well I'm gonna leave it there like that. I don't know what's going on, why it's not updating with that one, but let's get in the next game here. What do we have for the challenge now? We have Reactive versus Yudi. Let's go. Autumn, nice map.
I'm gonna just chill here, play versus UD, warm up a bit. Right, let's see. Where's Reactive?
Yeah, maybe he's taking a quick break, I don't know. It was a long one, so maybe he has to go to the bathroom
Yeah,
or
that's
something.
true.
Group
There we go,
formed.
he joined. Oh wait, I need to finish the predictions. Ooh, that's quite a nice odds. It was 12 to 86. Congratulations to all the winners, gaining a total of 17.3k mass.
Yeah, that's a little much. That giant air battle that happened, the first one with the ASF, that Blast kind of ended up winning, but not being able to secure. That gave Reactive such a friggin' big advantage. It's not even funny.
Right.
So I think we're ready. We're just waiting for Yudi here, who is making an epic return from a little bit of a vacation.
Yeah, forced vacation.
I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, hopefully he will be able to get into this year's Legend of the Stars
I think
tourney
he's
and
clinched a spot. I'm gonna do it after this event and have it up for the qualifier event next. I'll just show who's up there, but I don't think there's a way to overtake Yudi right now.
Yeah, he's also a favorite to win this tourney.
I mean, he's gotta make a statement back and be like, prove his place. I think if he wins this at points with the 10, I think that definitely puts him into a clinching spot.
All right. So in the top left, we have the player we have been talking about, which is UD, and his classic baby pink. And in the bottom right, we have Reactive, also known as Duke Nukem, who has been playing quite a bit recently. So let's see if he can put up a challenge to the current one of the, I would say, current better players. Yudi is currently number 2 on the ladder, so he definitely has got the skills.
In the grand scheme of things, I think Yudi's probably one of the best macro players out there. He's a sentence monster. I would seen him do absolutely horrible, terrible things to so many players on there, but I think he only has a weakness on smaller maps, the 5x5 especially, than some 10x10 or something like that. I think that's why he gets held back a little bit sometimes. Still,
Okay,
obviously, really
if
awesome.
you look to
but...
Yudi's base, he's doing a double factory start. That's interesting.
Ooh, that I don't
I
think
have
that
never
works here.
Those are 3 groups,
They
but
are
not all of them.
Y-
But they are single trees in between. I'm not sure this will work.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, those are single trees mostly. UD. I think he just
yikes. He's getting a little bit now. We'll see what happens. And his ACU's pause. So I'm thinking this didn't work
yeah.
out. Doom going for a little bit more of a traditional build. I don't think Reactive has played much recently, and I don't think this map has been in the ladder pool much, so I don't know if he has a build order that he's prepared for this one or not, but this is a pretty challenging map in my opinion. It's like you have a lot of trees around you, but that runs out quick. There's a really cool...
I mean, you don't really reclaim those trees. There are too many single trees there. You just kind of ignore them, to be honest. So yeah, this doesn't look good for UD, definitely.
He's using a sentence build order where you just survive off the trees a whole bunch at the beginning, and it's not going to work out here, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think he realized how many single trees there were. Yeah, this is pretty painful for UD. I think he considered if it wouldn't be a double elimination, I think he might have just quit after realizing what's going on. But then I think he kind of reconsidered his option and decided to, try it out. He needs to get his Hydra up, otherwise he's in trouble. Okay, so he is not stalling, but he has only 3k energy reclaimed. So that's not too much. Yeah.
I get a feeling that Reactive has stalled a little bit of mass. He did finally get an engineer here to pick it up, and he started picking up on building a little bit again.
Oh, Reactive is trying to go for the cheese as well now. I don't think he knows what Yudi is doing, but I don't like it at all. He should be expanding.
Yudi
This map has...
Yudi hasn't created a single tank or lab to defend this. He just has all engineers out there right now.
He's trying to rush an air factory on only Hydra. And all of his engines went idle. Okay. This is looking really bad. I mean, not all of them, but at least some of them went idle. And this is just not enough power. He needs to make pigeons. Like this air factory, he won't be able to run it. Yeah, this is not looking good.
I did release the map pool a few days beforehand this time around, so I think he could have tried this. This is why I see you doing build order preps and stuff beforehand, and I think that's why.
I mean, not before such a tourney. This is you're not gonna really do a prep for this one, but if you have never played a map in your lifetime, you at least open it up once, usually. That's at least what I did when I played Nexus here. Both of us opened them up like 5 minutes before the tourney. That's how the prep looked like. But yeah, I'm interested to see if Yuri is gonna be able to pull back into the game. He's already not doing terribly. Like, he lost a couple NGs, but he should be able to secure quite a bit of expansions. He's a bit slower, but Doom is very slow to his main 4-max expansion. However, he has this very nice mech marine about to snag an engineer. There was a tank defending it, but it wasn't close enough to the NG. And now the mech marine is gonna try to snag another kill.
I think
There's
Yudi's-
also a tank in the back of UD's base that killed 2 NGs.
I think Yudi's doing the standard meta for ACU movement, and that's to move at least down the mexes, grab the 2 max
That's
expansion.
not the meta. That's not the meta.
What's the meta
The
for
meta-
this one?
Going mid. If you don't go mid, then enemy can just push into your base and force a lot of PDs and tanks into the base. If you don't go, like what Reactive is doing is the meta really. You just go mid and then you get the factory, you secure all the reclaim, and then you go and try to punish. You either go to the yours or enemies, like the big reclaim field on the sides. If the game is more static, if the game is more chaotic, you can just move your ACU on the enemy side of the map. Like, I don't think what UD does here is necessarily bad, especially in his position, since he just lacks units, so he needs his ACU to secure some X's. But what I don't like is he has 0 tanks on the left side, and he's just gonna get raided. He has 1 tank, actually. But that's not really enough.
Yeah, I'm glad that Reactive is doing this raid over here on the left side, but the rest of the tanks are just beelining through the middle, kind of. I'm hoping these tanks on the right side here kind of do like a little bit of a push and move up through the back end where you see the engineer moving.
So Reactive is really ahead on the... He's a bit ahead on mass generation, and he's quite ahead on total mass. However, he has 900 mass in the bank. He's not spending his mass too well.
Yeah, well, he's got 2 engineers on the left side over here making use of this reclaim field, which is pretty nice. I think that's one of the big things that you have to do in this map, because there's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mass reclaim locations if you don't count the trees. I know they count for a bunch, but this is such a huge thing to get these fields first and not try to disrupt at the beginning.
I mean, the biggest issue for Reactive was he only had 1 NG expanding to his right to the north, and he just kinda was, even though he was never pressured or rendered, he's just really slow there. And he also needs to make more pigeons, because he's gonna just run out of energy. He needs to use this reclaim. I like the fact that he keeps pushing. I'm not sure if he scouted. I think he scouted UD's ACU. If you know your opponent is just on the side securing some maxes, you can really abuse your ACU and be aggressive with it. And then either UD just needs to do a walk of shame towards home, or he's just gonna be just cut off completely from the main action.
I think if UD takes those tanks he has... Oh, never mind, he's sending his ACU back. If Reactive kept pushing, I think that UD would have been able to take these tanks here and push back to the left. But now Reactive sees that, hey, that's not going to work, so I'm just going to steal his reclaim because he hasn't even bothered to try it. Although UD does have a really nice raiding party that's moving to the right here.
Yeah.
Reactive is...
He's gonna do a lot of damage with that. Riddick had a nice advantage, but he didn't capitalize on it enough. Like, he had more tanks, but a lot of his tanks were just with his ACO, which were not necessarily needed. He's gonna basically mirror the UD raid on the left. But UD has a lot of tanks moving there, so eventually he should be able to stop it.
And I take that back. Reactive's going to keep pushing his comm a little bit more forward.
He should just grab the maxes and take the reclaim and then go away. He doesn't need to push further. Otherwise, he will just need to keep a lot of units with his ACU to not get overrun.
UD had the bottom section taken, but Reactive has dropped engineers and taken everything, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, it's quite nice. However, there's an NG from UD. Maybe he'll be able to get a max or 2 back. And he's also grabbing some of the reclaim there. So both raiders raided the 4 maxes on the plateau, which are quite hard to defend since they are so spread out. And I think Riddick still has a nice advantage for now. Still has more income. And he's preparing an aggressive drop to the north. He's gonna try to raid UD even more. And UD tries to go for some aggressive move versus the ACU, but I don't think he has enough. Yes, that's 23 tanks versus an ACU and like 8 tanks, so that's not gonna work. Reactive needs to move his tanks though, otherwise they will just die for free basically. Like if he moves his tanks behind his ACU, so whenever UD tries to push on the ACU, the tanks are doing a lot of damage, he will be perfectly fine. Now he's a bit scared, and rightfully so. Like 20 tanks can kill an ACU. I really like the vision for reactive. He has quite a few radars dotted around the map, and he's also raiding quite a bit. He never allowed UD to get to his big reclaim fields on the right side of the map. Okay,
Reactive
so
is doing really well with the raiding party on the left here. He's taken out all
Yeah.
these 4 mexes and just keeps moving in, dodging the tanks that are incoming to get them.
one big issue is that while reactive was getting all the mass from the reclaim fields on the left, he kept needing to increase his build power and energy production, and he never accounted for the fact that it's gonna run out eventually. And he lost the engines, and now he's stalling minus 60 mass per second. So everything is just building at like around 40% efficiency.
I love this up here. He's slamming the tanks up against the wall over here and just being a pain in the butt with those while he's messing with the idea of sending his tanks in here. I don't think he's going to end up doing it because UD can react and send all these units in here to kind of come after it, but I really like what React is doing here with those moves.
I think he's sending too many tanks to where his ACU is. Like, you can see that UD is abusing that and raiding reactive. Even though reactive should be able to basically, with his superior army right now, he has 52 tanks, 18 artillery. That's actually a bit too many Phobos. It's like... UD has 5 or 10 units less, but he has only tanks, while reactive has a lot of arties as well. However, reactive is already at T2 land, so he's gonna make pillars now.
I was wondering why he lost his unit stream. I saw that he brought a bunch over here and then it just stopped, but that makes perfect
He
sense.
started stalling. He started stalling really hard, and he also overbuilds power. He is floating 300 power, and he keeps making more T1 pigeons. And he lost a lot of maxes on the right side. So overall, yeah, he was a bit too aggressive at one point, and he didn't defend. His transition wasn't the best, and he made too many arties. That's mainly what happened here.
UD has caught up quite a bit. He's got
Yeah.
a lot of T1 tanks out right here now, but I'm wondering what happens when Pillar starts getting into the mix. I'm not certain. I think you're going to see UD realize there's T2, stop production on some, rush that real quick.
Yeah, UD has no idea that there's T2 on the field yet. You can see a pillar, but it's quite hard to notice. Also, reactive has 2 T2 maxes to UD's 0, and UD is not even playing with the idea of ecoing right now.
Yeah, I think this is one of those classic situations where it looks like that somebody's catching up, but really it's just the transition weakness that's happening there, and he'll probably be able to push on and get them because he's starting to get a pillar or two in the mix of all the armies.
I mean, UD is still doing a phenomenal job of raiding, even though reactive is actually behind on UD on income, even though he has 2 T2 maxes. You can see that he's lacking 8 maxes on the right side, while UD is only lacking 1 there.
Yeah,
So-
I'm wondering why Reactive hasn't sent engineers out to try and re-get those 6.
He
maxes
should
if
make
you want on that
he
side.
should make just a transport. He should make a couple bombers to deal with raids. He should make a transport to drop around. And there's a big army coming from middle right now. I'm not sure if Reactive will be able to deal with it.
He's got a few pillars in there. I'm not sure what UD's going to do
UD is
here.
trying to go for the kill.
Oh,
I don't think that will work. I don't think UD can ever catch up to Reactive's ACU.
No.
And there are pillars as well.
too many units going in one by one. He needed to clump these up about like right here and then kind of go in. But even
Yeah,
then,
he gives that one.
reinforced by pillars.
That's a good call. However, look at the maxes. The Reactive is losing maxes to them in his main base right now. He has total air control, and he doesn't have a single air scout on the map or a single bomber. That's really the main issue.
And that's
when
an
you are
upgrading
getting-
mechs right there that just got knocked out.
Oh, jeez. That's painful.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to point that out because that's
Yeah, that's... He also just finished a T2 Pigeon, and he's overflowing 900 power now, and he's also making a T2 Shield. I really dislike people just, automatically queuing up Pigeons and Shields on the maps where Like, how is UD supposed to snipe that pigeon? Like, he can snipe it maybe in 5 minutes when he has T2 air. But for now, it's like just a waste of mass. The ACU from reactive is very adventurous there.
Yeah. I don't think UD's gonna engage though because I think he's got enough backing here. But
Yeah,
I don't know,
UD
if
got
UD got his ACU here, I think he could get it in crush. If he had his ACU in the front, he'd overcharge a couple. There's not that many pillars, so he could probably get an advantage here.
Yeah, UD is a bit too scared. I think he should have went for it. Like, if you T2 units are not great in direct ACU combat, since ACU can just overcharge it. Depends if UD has no overflow though for overcharge. He's just now started T2 vision.
I'm a little confused by the whole T1 army here moving to the left. I think he could have sent maybe just like a quarter of these together and pushed up here a little bit. There's not much reinforcing it.
I mean, mostly he needs some artists. He needs like he doesn't need many tanks, but he needs all the artists there. And
Yeah.
UD doesn't. He only has 3 artists, and that's exactly where they are. Where they are needed. Where the only one PD is. The problem for reactive is again he has no intel, and there are single tanks from UD running around killing his maxes, and he's never able to get a good income.
Yeah.
And now he's ahead versus UD on income, but only by a little bit. It's currently 40 for UD versus 43 for reactive. So because UD needed to transition to T2 land, reactive was able to basically stabilize a bit, but I think UD still has more land. He has 6.2k massing units versus only 5.8k, so it's pretty close. But there's a nicer ratio of pillars to T1 units for reactive. However, he's pushing with his army and he needs to be really careful. If he over pushes, he has no intel there at all. So if he's caught up there by UD's forces, it would be pretty bad.
I'm still blown away by the 2 tanks that have just been darting around on the right side, left and right for UD, just taking out those mexes.
Yeah, they have done. These are another one. The first one dies. These are another pair. Reactive, however, also has some annoying tanks running around killing mexes. Not to the same extent though. On the left, we saw UD push through, leaving a lot of dead tanks behind since he didn't really wait for the artist to deal with the PD, but at least he should be able to clean up the ledge there. Okay, so there's a gun finished for UD. Where's reactive ACU?
Reactive has gun as well. They
Oh,
both started
yeah, he
recruiting at
has.
the same time, but UD got it first because he had assist.
I would
And-
like for reactive to maybe get a nano. And I would like for him to also get more radars. He had such a nice intel coverage, and now he's getting raided on the right side. He never was able to establish on the right side. He has like never has units there, doesn't have a radar, no air scouts, so it's really hard for him to really see that he's about to get attacked there. Ooh, he queued up a T1 pigeon line, and he never stopped making it even after finishing T2 pigeon. So since then he made like another 10 or 11 pigeons. That's pretty bad.
It's interesting the split of units that happened over here with that move command. I don't know why someone down the left and the right side, but regardless, that army's gonna get through. I like what Yudi's doing here. He's not necessarily gonna go for the main base. He's just gonna sweep through the side here. Well, actually, they're gonna run into this army here too, so I'm not sure.
Reactive is considering going for Yudi's ACU, but he turns away. So Yudi is just able to maybe get some nice OCs.
Yeah,
Yeah, he gets a pillar or two.
If he had his ACU in front, he could have had a good time with that.
Yeah. So
Yudi's
Yudi
oh, go ahead.
overextended a bit, so Reactive is gonna take a very nice chase with his pillars, but he just lost like 7 maxes again, so that's very brutal. I really, the biggest issue for Reactive is really the lack of intel. Like, you cannot get radars up because you don't really have you don't really are able to control the area for long enough, and you need to just rebuild maxes as ASAP. Just make a couple air scouts. That's really the way to go, and have them patrol around. Especially if you have air control, your opponent cannot go onto your side of the map and try to shoot them down. They're just gonna win air then.
I gotta say too, these engineers on the far right side for reactive, those need to go to rebuild the mexes now.
Yeah, he queued them up. He should make a transport though, so he can drop the reclaim. Like on the left side, there's quite a bit of over 2k reclaim. Reactive is glamming it slowly, so that's very nice for him. And actually, he managed to push UD away from his 4max expansion, so he kind of equalized the map control. And with the reclaim, he should be able to use that to eco up, possibly. He's gonna try to drop the ledge, but there are a lot of units from UD there. Hopefully.
This army that Reactive sent here to counter this push on the right, that needs to stay over here and stop these raids here, because now the same thing's gonna happen again.
He's just blind as a bat. He doesn't. He has no idea. He's just gonna lose all the engines expanding, re-expanding. That's the biggest issue. And now he's super aggressive on the left side. Oh, actually, Yuda is trying to surround Reactive's ACU. There's a... Reactive hasn't scouted UD's base in the last, like, 10 minutes or so. I don't think UD has any chance of killing Reactive here, to be honest. Like, Reactive has so many units. The only issue would be if Reactive's units are just running too far back. But the ACU is right now farming kills, and Reactive has a lot of overflow.
He's gonna get a lot of damage to his ACU here, because he is retreating his units there.
Yeah, he needs to go in with the units.
And he's...
Oh, that's bad. I think
nice
Reactive might be dead. I think there's a chance for you to kill Reactive here. Reactive was just too conservative with his units, and now Yudi just targets the ACU.
Oh, that
Vet was... Yudi might overextend here, actually. This will be close.
Actually, I think...
Oh, Yudi needs to go for the draw. Yeah, Yudi needs to go for the draw, otherwise
never mind.
he can die.
I take that back.
Okay. I think Reactive might kill Yudi now. That Vet was crucial for Reactive. Otherwise, Yudi could have killed him just by running him down with ACU.
He needs to bump some units into Yudi to stop him from
retreating. Yeah, Yudi is about to get a Vet as well.
Yep, that's going to be painful. But if he bumps him and stops him from moving, gets his ACU into range, that's going to help a lot.
Yeah, actually, I think it is dead.
This is over.
Yeah, that was an overextension, but it was really close. I'm not sure if it was needed, to be honest. I think in the long term, just like Yudi was able to raid a lot. Like he was raided as well by the pillars, but that was quite ambitious. Hey, well done to Riddick, or Reactive, or Duke Nukem, whichever alias we want to use. He managed to beat the favorite for this tourney. That's quite impressive. Yeah. It must be said that he was in a very good position after the start of the game, where UD made an interesting DO, which didn't quite work out on this map. But yeah, a lot of points were lost and a lot of points were won. 32,000 go to the people that bet on Reactive. The odds were around, I think, 75 to 25%. And the wonderful client has timed me out.
Why is it doing that now? I actually haven't gotten used to that quite yet.
I think it's just a bug Sheikah is trying to fix currently. Your stream is kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I'm just bringing up. I lost track of the source for the what's it called?
Did you get timed out as well?
Yeah, I did. I'm bringing it back up. I'm just gonna show this right here real quick.
I think I should re-faf because my client is not working for me right now.
There you go, Tex. I just wanted to add the challenge real quick, just have a window up here so everybody can check it out. Sometimes you get an auto login for the FAF client now, sometimes you don't. Bear with me for a second.
Yeah, my client was stuck on logging in, so I just refafed.
I wonder if that causes any connection issues with the games, because if you close the client while you're
No,
in the
usually if
middle
you
of like
close the
playing a game, it
client,
kicks you out.
the client. No. If you close the client while you're in game, nothing happens. Most of the time.
Find the right one. Yep. So we have Eternal and Zlo still playing.
So let me update the standings. Okay, I see that.
Vogear beat Grimplex.
Okay. Interesting. We have, this will be quite an upset here, especially after Reactive beating UD, but also another series.
Oh, Robo beat
happening.
Jagged Appliance. Wow.
Yeah, that's quite an upset.
He hasn't been playing much recently either. He's been around a little bit more recently, but I know he had to do. I believe in Russia there's a year of service requirement every so often or something like that for military. So he was gone for quite some time, and I talked to him before the game a little bit, and he mentioned to me that he pretty much is only being playing Sentence and Dual Gap right there. But I mean, I'll take that with a grain of salt because Jagged's been playing a lot recently.
Yeah, Robogear has always been a very good 1v1 player. Also, Swokkel managed to beat Turin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What map did they?
So, yeah, everyone played on the same map.
This map, I think, is a little bit of a curveball because I think that a lot of people haven't seen it in ladder in quite some time. I wanted to throw it in there because I really thought it was strategically one of the better maps I've seen you come out. And it's gorgeous. So I wanted to kind of see how people handle that one. And unfortunately, it might have been a bit too much for turn in UD, but hey, that's kind of how it goes sometimes. And we're moving on to the best of 3 in the semis. Then we'll get the bronze match and the finals. Falling Star. If only we could rename quick enough Femto. Do you mind taking care of the faction vetoes for Sukul and Robogear?
Okay, be right back 1 minute, actually. 1 second.
Alright, Sukul and Robogear are going to commence their map feeding because we're now moving on to the best of 3. So let's take a look and see what our Falling Star did. Like this game name, Turn Our Time Has Come. I'm not going to update the match text either or anything like that. We're just going to watch this one real quick while we're waiting for things to get down. Both Cybran, not a big surprise here because they're both on a map where it's pretty expansive, so I think that's actually a pretty good move. Do you have a build order for this? Doesn't look like anybody prepared for this one. You can't do betting for this one. This isn't live V, but this is a replay. We already looked at it on the challenge, unfortunately. I'm just gonna watch this one real quick while we're waiting for map vetoes and stuff to go. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have showed the challenge. I'm gonna had everybody, but they would have been cheating because they wouldn't have been able to look it up anyways. What is going on with the FAFLive participant count? I just saw it go from 30 to 76 in a second. Very nice. I'm gonna speed this up, see what happens. Remax Hydro. Hydro 4. Not the ACU. Right for the reclaim in the middle. Beautiful. I think one engineer in the trees is nice in the beginning so you don't energy stall as much and get away with getting an air factory kind of, yes, sure, and it is insanely try hard. ACU only for the air factory. Interesting. Turn's already got a scout out, so he's probably going to send that over. Here comes a beautiful... Oh, it's not going to see it. Oh, okay, he's redirected. Engineer down. There goes some of the reclaim. And Sukul disrespecting the stacked trees and just going for the ledge build. You gotta attack move those trees there, buddy. Very nice Mantis taking up the expanded engineer over here. What's the plan, though? It's a little bit of factory start. Turn's doing the same thing that Yudi did on there. Where's Sukul's ACU going? Sukul's ACU still hasn't moved out yet. Guess that's not bad. Yeah, I can see what happened here. It looks like Suku got a lot more raiding parties out here. A little unnecessary micro because you think there's going to be some defense there. Just all in the rounds, pain in the butt Mantis run-bys. Idle Hunter, that's almost got a veterancy. And just like you want to see, Turns running around like a madman here. I'm going to speed this up a bit and just kind of fly through the game because I think I've got to get back to managing some stuff as Tagada is gone, so we'll just watch this real quick. Massive amount of T1 spam. Got some Jesters coming out. And it looks like the ACU got caught off guard without protection. Oh, I thought that's where maybe the game was an end. Look at the rating that Sukul has done over here, where he's taken out all these mechs consistently throughout the entire game. And one Mantis has gotten by. Stack of... Oh, that hurts. Losing some of the Jesters. Super smart, got a bunch of T1 wall with A. He probably found out about the Jesters a little bit earlier. Not Swook? What do you like to call it, Tex? Swackle? Swickle?
It's Swackle.
I just see in chat that he wrote... Oh, what's gonna happen here? Bunched up. Alright, we got a plus 10 this one a little bit more. I thought it might end a little bit quicker, sorry guys.
I guess the Rising Star hasn't rose high enough yet. Sadly.
You missed the beginning of the game. He asked if he has a build. There's a build order for this one, so I don't know. I think they both did okay. Swako did something where he just like ran by the trees here, and he didn't get the stack though. I gotta run through it, Bully, because I gotta get the faction vetoes for Swackle and RoboGear. So we're just checking out what happened here real quick.
I mean, I can do the faction vetoes, doesn't really matter.
Did they start yet? I think they should have been contacting you. I can slow it a bit down then if we want to see
Really?
that. Maybe these two gunships, it's just, no, there's flak, there's no way. Okay, now I'm confused because we know who won this one. This line of T1 PD gets me. Let's go. Alright, so this is how this ends. It looks like it's just a slow, steady push. Oh, there's an army of Medusa over here. That's gonna be great against rhinos. Alpha.
Swalcool and Robo have hosted them up.
Okay, alright.
That
This doesn't end within like the next like minute. We'll just get over to that one. This has gotta be how it ends here. These bricks just rolling or something. Nope, we have bricks both. Yeah,
That was quite a nice
that's,
trade
that must be
between-
what happens. Yep, there it is. Oh no, come on.
Come on, don't. You are a biased caster right now. You want Swalcool to win too badly.
Me?
Yeah. I like how the ASF from Turin. I mean, from Sokol were not able to defend versus the swarm of T1 bombers.
Oh, that was fun. Alright, let's join up the next game. So we got a Theta Passage game. Looks like they want to get this started a little bit quicker. Appreciate that. Some of the games have lasted pretty long so far. Alright, let's get our predictions out. Oh yeah, Robo may not know about those. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back, Together. Alrighty, I'm back. Tournament will have no faction veto. That's for the first and second round. Oh. Did we lose the Tagada?
Oh no, I was muted. Fuck.
Okay.
So the post doesn't say. It says that there will be no faction veto for the whole tourney. By the way, so that's an issue
yeah,
there.
that's on me. That's a mess up on that one. Crap.
Okay, let's just correct.
Alright. Alright, so he's right about that. I guess we can just kind of leave it as is then. My bad.
Well, what do you mean? Are we gonna use faction vetoes? Not use them?
I mean that we're going to use faction vetoes, and we're supposed to have it just for the first and second round since there's no map veto. It's a little bit of a copy from the post with the ladder league, but if
Yeah, I
if
understand.
there's a really big protest from RoboGear, I guess we'll go with that. But let's see. I'm actually kind of confused. I remember I did no faction vetoes. Sorry, I did faction vetoes on the ladder league, and I remember Rico said that
Because ladder league is different than other tourneys.
it
since
is, yeah.
It's supposed to be closer to ladder experience, and on ladder you cannot ban factions from the enemy.
Gotcha.
So that's
Alright,
why.
well.
But for the invitationals and tourneys surrounding the LotS. Oh yeah, sorry, I was busy here.
That's okay. I think this is Robo's first time doing this, so I'll give him a little bit of a I'll give him a bit of a break here.
I mean, that's not his fault at all. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if Swok already picked, then it doesn't matter. I'm waiting for his ban.
Mm-hmm. We've been joined by Hartzer. I can't go to the FAF forums on my work laptop, go figure. Probably a good thing. But I can watch Twitch. What the fuck? uh,
What?
Hartzer's casting on his channel and he's joined, but I don't think we're supposed to be having third-party streams in here because we're trying to keep the observers limited.
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if he's casting, then he can be there.
Yeah, Hartzer, I would if you don't mind, sorry, bud, we had to stop letting people do that.
Okay. Hey, the faction Vitus has been completed. Swako will be playing Seraphim and Robogear will be playing UEF, so we have a non-mirror, which is always nice. The other semi-final between Reactive and Zlo has also started.
I don't know who hosted, but Archer's still in here.
I mean, just let him be. Not a big deal.
Yeah. Alright then. Where is Swackle?
Next up and ready to go.
Yeah. I don't know what they're waiting for. Sorry, Femto.
Prediction has finished, I think. Yeah.
Okay,
Come
so
on.
yeah, Hartzer has to go.
Oh.
That's. I mean, this is why I was saying that we can't do that because there's going to be a little bit of issues with stuff. Sorry, Hartzer.
Is the problem solved itself? Kind of.
I don't remember if my paint tool is working correctly, actually. Let me see.
I couldn't get it to work earlier too, so I'll have to practice that a little bit for next time.
Can you say if you... Oh, you don't have... Do you have the mod installed or not?
I do, yeah. It's
Can you
just
see my
tactical paint,
paintings?
right?
Yes. It's... Check the middle reclaim, zoom in, see if you can see it. I think it only shows it for yourself, though. Pretty sure. Yeah, okay. That's unfortunate.
What's the default binding key for tactical paint?
None. You need to bind it yourself.
Alright, I'll try and fix that afterwards. Arts, I want to say something about... Okay, go ahead, sorry.
So in the bottom left we have Swackle playing Seraphim. And in the top right we have Robogear playing UEF. Different builds, starting build orders. Robogear choosing the old one with the pigeon first, while Swackle is just rushing down to Hydra. And I'm quite interested if either of the players would decide to go for a quick second air factory and go for bomber. I know it's a viable strategy as well. And it seems like maybe Sokol is planning on doing that since he's gonna prioritize the power production a bit more. Never mind, he's gonna go for land all day. It's the safer approach, same for Robogear here. We have two Selines moving out from Swako's base. Gonna gather some intel and also pose a possible threat to the expanding engineers from RoboGear if he's not gonna protect them. On the other side, we have a Snoop moving out, roaring across the red desert, trying to figure out what exactly Sokul's doing. The scout is gonna try to see if Sokul's doing any funny stuff, like making a quick air factory for Bomber or just a classic pre-land opener. Both players are gonna try to secure their main expansion, which is the 3 mechs leading to the bottom right corner. They are probably the safest mechs that are around, since they are quite closely together, and also the choke point in the bottom right corner is quite easy to defend. So you often see people sending their first tank over there. We see a bit faster expansion for Swakul, however not a big difference really, while RoboGear is much faster to move out his ACU to the middle. However, he's going for the rocks in the middle instead of the buildings, which I'm not sure if it's good. I think it's better to go for the buildings.
I'm curious to see if this Selen that's parked in the top middle here is going to grab this engineer that's alone right now. RoboGear did a good job of defending the Selen attack on the right side, but this one's open game here.
Yeah,
In
he's
fact,
sending every single tank to the bottom, while Swakul is more balanced. He's trying to send some tanks to the bottom right and some to the top left. Also, we see some nice micro from RoboGear dodging a lot of the time shots in the bottom right. Very nice micro. He's definitely gonna win that duel. However, there's already a second Tam, but also a second striker, so this can be a very important fight here. If RoboGear is able to kill the tank and push through, the expansion is at risk of dying. And because RoboGear sent all of his early tanks here, he should be able to easily raid Sokol. However, on the top, in the meantime, the engineer you were talking about got brutally murdered by a tank and a Celine. And
I'm a little concerned about the Lobo being out already, considering that
yeah, I was
air.
about to say that the Lobo is a mistake. Also, yeah, Robo went for air and he went for Inti first, which I don't like.
Yeah, and he had the scout at the bottom left, so he knows that there's no interceptors.
And now, because he revealed his air so quickly and he doesn't have a bomber out, Sokus already has some AAs and he already is making a air factory. And he is able to afford that, while Robo is very low on power. He actually has only 4 pigeons now, he needs a couple more. He's also about to crash on mass, doesn't really have enough units. Now Swakul sent a lot of tanks to the bottom right, while maintaining the top left corner with his ACU and just a single tank, so... And now RoboGear is still sending a couple of tanks into Swakul's ACU, that's quite bad. Robo's ACU wasn't doing a lot, he was just reclaiming single rocks very slowly. And now, okay, Robo finished the PD, that's very nice. And now Swakul lost a couple times. So, and the bomber comes in for the main base. The AA that Swakul, yeah, Swakul made an AA before, but it moved out of the base. The bomber snacks a couple kills, and it's getting microed. Let's see if he can get a second drop. I think maybe... Oh, there's an Inti out. Okay, that's unfortunate. So only 2 kills. That's okay, but not extremely good. And Robo is not able to secure any maxes on the top. All of his engines are getting raided.
I'm gonna guess that Robo hasn't noticed the difference between this and the FAF version. Because he didn't go for the buildings in the center. I think that Swakul has a little bit of an advantage here.
We have Swakul crushing the bottom right. He managed to get a FOB out quickly enough, and now the maxes are in danger. The PD has died. There are 4 engineers reclaiming all the rocks, and they are gonna die quite soon. Robo just sent everything to the top. He just thought maybe the PD would stop Swakul for much longer, but it didn't. And Swakul is able to get the top corner for free. Now Robo is gonna clean that out, but Swakul had a huge mass income advantage for quite a while now. And he has been adding a lot of pigeons, adding quite a few factories. And even though Robo has currently, it's 18 tanks and 4 Phobos to 18 tanks and 4 Lobos, so it's exactly even. Robo is going for T2 land. That's interesting. I'm not sure how it will. Yeah, he's gonna maybe go for Mongoose, I guess. That's quite ambitious.
I mean, yeah, he kind of, well, the right side, there was enough engineers there to retake it, so he's okay there.
I think he can actually pull it off, since right now he caught Swokkel in a transition period where Swokkel is spamming a lot of pigeons and factories, so he's gonna invest a lot of mass into more T1 production. Then he's gonna run out of reclaim and mass, because the map control is gonna equalize again, and the mass is gonna... Okay, Swokkel sees an opportunity, he tries to capitalize on the lack of units. Not sure if he scouted that Robo is going T2, I don't think so. But he's getting quite a few kills with ACU, but I'm not sure he can push much further for now. Ooh, there was a nice selling cloud from Swokkel, and he's gonna kill an NG even though there's in between a lot of tanks.
Suck SPD back up, please. Slot. Ooh.
Okay, I like that Swokkel is being aggressive right now. He's also building an energy storage, that should help him a lot. Like, he needs to... Yeah, he needs to deal a lot of damage, because once the Mongoose are out... I wonder if it would be worth to maybe try to get one Parashield out just after a couple Mongoose. Like, it's expensive, but if you micro it correctly, it's insanely good.
I'm wondering what Swokkel's reaction's going to be here when he sees the Mongoose fire. And I don't think Robo should be pushing here too much, it's a little dangerous with the...
Yeah, he shouldn't reef too much reclaim, otherwise it will allow Swokkel to make a lot of units. Like, he needs to use his Mongoose right now. They gain value over time, and it's gonna take quite a while for them to do a lot of damage. But he should be getting nice value out of them. He also needs a radar in his base. Like, if he makes the radar right now in front of his base, he can get really nice intel.
Robo's got his... actually, wait, sorry, that's 8k. I thought I saw 6k. I'm not so sure if Swokkel realizes there's been a T2 here yet.
I mean, the Mongoose don't have incredible DPS, but the range is really nice.
They don't, but Swokkel really doesn't have that many units to reinforce here.
Yeah, the issue is that Robo cannot really chase Swokkel. And Swokkel, because Robo was just pushed to his base, all of his units are in one position. Swokkel right now is raiding. He's raiding some of the maxes. He can raid the bottom right easily. Also, whoa, these are a lot of indies from our world dying right now for free. There's a big reclaim piling up. Okay, so there's no T2 any tech transition from Swokkel. So for now, the plan, I guess, is to get the reclaim, but I don't think he can hold the reclaim field. And this looks really good for Robo now. He's gonna lose quite a few maxes, but he should be able to stabilize soonish. And he has so much reclaim to take.
Yeah.
He should send out NGs. He needs to send out NGs right now to the reclaim. There's like 2.5k. And he also needs to send quite a few Mongoose, like 1 or 2 Mongoose to the bottom, or just couple tanks, and clear the tanks and the raids and re-expand.
Well, Robo is, for some odd reason, not sending engineers out to grab this reclaim quick, which is a big problem,
yeah,
because he's lost all of his nexus.
A bit all in, and now he's getting shifted by a lot of tanks. And there are quite a actually no, Swokkel fall back. But Swokkel has a lot of units here. And the Mongoose are doing damage, but it's gonna take a while. Like, he cannot really have a direct engagement where the tanks overrun Swokkel's ACU, Robogear's ACU. Also, there are a lot of Phobos. Like, the Phobos are gonna die to Mongoose in the long run. But if Robogear is with the ACU forward, he's gonna eat a lot of shots. I think that Robogear is way too aggressive.
That's
he
should
just
hurt. This is game here.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, it's gonna be a draw though.
It's a draw, I think.
Oh wait, nope, he's not. He's moving his ACU away. And
no,
Swokkel...
Robo, come on.
Will he survive this though? Is the question.
I don't think Robo survives.
No.
Yeah, it should have been a draw. Robo just.
Oh my goodness, Swokkel gets away with murder here. Ouch.
That shouldn't have worked. I think that Robo felt like he was too behind. Swokkel was able to get a T2 in the back of this, but if Robo would just secure the reclaim field, play it safe, and secure his half of the map,
while getting like the extra 2.5k reclaim, and use the fact that he was already at T2, so he could have gotten another T2 factory. I think he would have been in really good position. That was quite unfortunate. Alright, so game 1 goes to RoboGear, who's right now leading the series 1-0. And we will be waiting for the second map pick.
Adjust the scores while we're waiting. Try and fix this. There we go. Beautiful. Gonna be guessing Tagada's doing some management with the faction viewers right now, so just right in between here.
Not really waiting
Check
for the
out-
players to come
yeah.
up first.
Alright. It sounded like you just went on mute again or something like that. Let's see, we got Zlo and Reactive playing their games. Have they finished any of that? And my client's messed up.
Happens.
Let's see if I can get some scores some other ways here. Oof. Yeah, that's not gonna work out. Back up. Play your own music. I wish. I guess the big question we have here is hello FAFLive in chat. Hope everyone's doing. Thank you. My client's busted up. I guess the question is, who do we think is going to win this one? Now we have Reactive,
Mapton.
Swackles, Low, and RoboGear.
I mean, I would probably favor Swackle, but I think all four of them can.
I think if Slow's
Take the
having a
win.
good day, he'll take it.
I think Swackle is quite. Swackle's low, I would give it like 50-50. Maybe 60-40 for Swackle, depending exactly as you said on the day. Okay, so the second map is gonna be Mapgen. I'm not sure which one though yet. I'm loading it right now.
I forget if it tells you in the lobby what size it is.
Yeah, in the lobby. But I cannot connect right now to the lobby.
Try refaffing.
I might need to.
I cannot connect. Annoying.
I don't see the map size, but I'm gonna guess it's 15 by 15. Just
If
because
you-
I see the outside borders.
Oh yeah.
This can't be 7.5 by 7.5 just based on the expansion areas, and have a very similar looking map to
Certain blast
no,
versus reactive, or
it's not exactly the same. It's basically water, and the expansions are on the left and right middle. Spider map. All right, you're in. I think this is 15 by 15. At least that's what I can tell.
yeah, looks like it.
Okay, I got the bans and picks. So it looks like we'll have a Cybron versus Aeon match.
Interesting.
Yeah, definitely would favor Aeon on this map because of the water that is quite far away, and also the frigates don't really like such a narrow space there. They cannot really
Yeah,
move everywhere.
this could end up being like a really big like upset. Like I remember there was one game they were playing on a map, and I think it was Tex and Jagged, where Jagged couldn't get some boats to go through a small channel, and it ruined his whole game plan. And it just went to Tex like eventually. But this one, it looks like there is no shore fire from frigates, so I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen. I'm going to guess that Navy could probably win this, so I would say destroyers can. Well, the main base is too far in, but you could hit most of the mexes pretty much with destroyer fire from here.
The passages are actually wider than I thought, so frigates are very much viable here. So if Swokkel can get a nice navy advantage, he definitely should have an edge there. However, Aeon, of course, with the Aurora's Blazes, the hover, and also with the T2R is gonna be really strong as well. Let me do the prediction quickly before I forget.
Alright, so in the top spot we have Robogear opening up with Aeon, going to a air factory quick. No Hydra on this map, so he's got to get at least, well, maybe a little more T1 P-Gem would work here, unless he uses the stacked reclaim trees here. Swakkel doing pretty much the same thing as Cybran. Looks like he's going to go for a little bit less P. Oh, no, run. He has 2 P-Gens done, so he's going to get 9 there. I think that's a pretty safe bet on that one. Robo may power stall a little bit, like again, if I said, but he's got the tree reclaim here, so I guess that'll help him out.
That's not a very nice sight. Robo walk needed to walk his ACU since the max was just barely out of range.
I just missed that.
That, yeah, happens to the best of us.
Thing with map gen 2 is the mech spacing is not always so nice to you, so you actually have to get your move commands in order.
Yeah, exactly.
It must be so frustrating as new players to play a map like Open Palms and put your factory forward and realize there's those tiny little log reclaims there.
Yeah.
Or did we get rid of that in the FAF version? I can't remember.
Not really.
Yeah, I feel like they
That's
should
still
go away.
there.
Those are so annoying.
Well, definitely, if you ever make a map, you shouldn't have useless crop right on the spawn position, so that messes with your building quite a bit. Yeah, it looks quite similar for both players. Swokkel is a bit ahead on the power. So he didn't move your ACU, his ACU, and he also grabbed most of the max with his engines instead of with his ACU. So both players will probably go for an inti rush. I don't think you really rush the transport here. The rush distance between the bases is not that long, that large, rather. Yeah, and we see already quite a few navy yards queued up for for Swak on the right. His ACU is gonna actually move to the left. So he's gonna try to secure the left side with an ACU, and I suppose he will drop to the right side where the Hydra and Premaxes are. Hello Yudi, how did you enjoy your epic game? It's quite a nice build order you managed to get there.
Oh no. Robo's gonna get a nasty surprise. He's going transport first, and Swako has his scout just about there. So
Yeah,
that is
that could turn
definitely
ugly quite quickly. Yeah, that's the transport is perfectly scouted as it finishes. Luckily for Robo, the NG and okay, only what? He loads a single lab on the transport. Okay, that's a mistake.
that's gotta be a mess up.
Yeah. Also, yeah. So Swakle went for scout to inties, bomber scout, and now more inties. To be honest, if I would be Swakle, I would be making transport, but he has no power actually. I'm not sure if the transport might actually leave, depending
Well,
on the macro.
there's two
A second.
interceptors on it now, so this one's gonna go
Yeah,
down. This is gonna.
yeah, that's true.
It's
That's
not.
very painful.
It's not
Will
game
it be
over,
able to
but
land? Depending all the... Oh, that's really bad. Okay, that's painful. Now, Swakle can just bomb the expanding engines with the bomber, and he should be able to get their control. So actually, him delaying the transport was a good call here. Although he's not getting very good air fights, he lost 2 intis so far for 0. I mean, for 0 for the transport. But he's targeting the wrong inti, not the low HP one. So he may lose... Okay, he kills the one inti and... Oh, that was a terrible turn
Wow.
for Robo. And now the bomber comes after the pigeons. Robo still has an inti, so the bomber shouldn't get another pass, but that's quite painful. Okay, bomber gets another pass after all, gets one more kill.
oh no.
Robo calls
Uh-oh.
GG. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's the problem with some transport rushy type maps.
I don't think it was necessarily game over even. Like yeah, it's quite a big advantage for Swakle, but I think he could have tried to play down. Although it's probably just very frustrating.
Um,
Okay, there you go. 2-0 for Swakle.
yeah, this transport was going to head out to the right here and probably establish all the reclaim and stuff, and I don't think Robo was anywhere close to getting that, and Swaka was just going to keep feeding into his main base and be a pain in the ass. This map layout here is really unforgiving to stuff like that, so I don't know if I would control
Slow
kick.
and Reactive are playing their are about to start their
Oh,
second
okay,
game, so
let's get into there. Thank you.
join that quickly. Gonna finish the prediction. So yes, Swakle Games Game 2, advancing to the final.
Alright, so on to slow and reactive on a map we haven't seen yet.
What do you mean? We just played, we just seen it.
I know, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it seems like so far people haven't decided to play any nice 20x20s. Shame. Okay, let me set up the prediction for the next one. React versus Law.
And This slight cold I have is beginning to claim my voice, which is unfortunate. Did they do faction vetoes here?
Yeah.
Okay, they just started.
Yes, I said we are ready.
Okay. So I think both of these players are going to be aware of the updates to the map, so
Yeah, hopefully
we'll see
so.
that. But still, it was a very interesting match of Robo versus Swackle. I haven't seen T2 land rushed like that on Theta in quite some time.
Ooh. Reactive misplaced his factory a bit. That must be frustrating. Okay, in the bottom left we have Reactive playing Cybran in purple, and in the top right in green we have Zlo, a very old and classic player playing Cybran, his favorite faction of choice.
2 P-gens.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting start. I'm not sure why, but you know, it's Zlo, so everything has a thought behind it and a reason. The map is again Theta Passage, a classic 5x5 one. Probably the most classic one right now after Cobalt Volley, maybe. Since Cobalt Volley has been played a lot in the recent years, but back in the day, this was the go-to training map for aspiring players.
I keep holding shift to try and look at the build orders for each one, but I keep remembering that I'm in a view with everyone. Okay, I now see why Zlo is going for 2 P-gens. He is right away going for an air factory, so we're going to see some shenanigans.
Maybe a Jester. That would be interesting.
I haven't seen a good old Jester pain in the ass on Theta in a while, so I would love to see that. And I think Zlo's the
Also,
exact kind
a
of
double
person to do
lab,
it.
double hunter. Gonna look for some victims. Okay, so it seems like Oslo made another lab. So he has, and he's making another one. He's making labs only right now. No tanks. He's gonna make a transport. He's making a
Okay.
ghetto. That's a ghetto rush. Okay, that's interesting. I haven't seen that. Also, what are the labs doing? They're just like running around in circles.
So, Reactive went second air as well with the bomber.
Ooh,
But
that's gonna do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Actually. And Reactive is rushing to the middle. And his expansions are really slow, actually. He's just rushing the bomber. He's ignoring the long-term gain of expansion and maxes to just rush out the bomber. It's gonna do a lot of damage. He's gonna make only bombers for now. No ETs. And the
Scout
ghetto is
coming
on
out
the way.
first.
And Zlo actually made... Zlo is making bombers only as well. This is really interesting.
This is great. Well,
Okay,
all
here
these
comes
engineers are gonna die now.
Oh, the labs actually are targeting the Hydra.
Mobile AA in an interceptor out already.
And the bombers are
Oh.
going for the pigeons. Ooh, this is a power crush from Zlo. This is gonna kill all the pigeons. I think all the pigeons are gonna die.
I
Yeah,
would
every
move
single pigeon.
this right away. So
This
we
is
can get the
insane.
engineers.
And
Oh, no.
now
Oh.
he drops the...
Oh no!
And there are only two mantis, it's only AA here. If the labs target NG. Oh my god. Zlo, you're a genius. You're a
Wow.
mad genius. The bomber from reactive is just grabbing NG kills. He's not going for the power. So I'm gonna do that much.
Zlo is smart, has his P-Gen spaced out so that the same thing can't happen to him, and the labs
Yeah.
are going to destroy the expanding engineers right now. Well, okay, maybe
And
he'll go for the
reactive doesn't have a single NG in his. He has a single 3 NGs on the map. None of them are in the base, and now he's going back with his ACU to build the power. He's about to stall power really hard. If he doesn't get an NG out in the base before he runs out of power, he needs to pause his radar. That's all. He can. He needs to pause his radar. Otherwise, it's fucked. This is insane. Giga
Wow.
brain play from Zlo.
Well, I wish this bomber didn't go over all this mobile AA, but
Yeah. I mean,
Because-
if Zlo can get another bomber and kill the pigeons that Reactive is rebuilding, like, Reactive still hasn't finished his first pigeon. What Reactive should do is make a second pigeon and reclaim it a bit to get a bit of power and then finish the first one.
I would
And-
reclaim the.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured the good game. I would. Wow.
He should have tried to get the Hydra up. Actually, you know what the big brain thing would be? Control K one of your factories and reclaim it for power. Like Control K a factory, rebuild it, and then reclaim it for power, and then build the pigeons, build the Hydra. That would be probably the best way to recover. That was some very creative.
I'm like laughing
Play
really
from
hard right now, but I
Zlo.
can't because of this cold or whatever. This is just. That was unbelievable.
Yeah,
I
you
told
should
you,
be
I-
Swokkel. You should be scared.
I told you, I think Zlo's gonna have
You
an
missed
on day
the
today.
best game of this year, probably. Yeah, Bully. You should go watch that. That was some nice. And this was the second game in the series, but I'm not sure who won the first map. I need to ask.
Oh, good question. I didn't realize one already went by. Can I actually look at replays yet?
Okay, we should probably
It
watch
was
the
low.
replay.
So it's a 2-0. I
We
must
are
have deleted
heading
it,
to the
so-
final then.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was gonna ask. We could watch the bronze match because
Actually, yeah. I mean, the
think-
tourney has been going on for like 2.5 hours, so we can watch the bronze match first and then the final.
yeah. I mean, that's a good question. How much time do you have left? Because we could just start. We could let them go and just.
I think we
unless-
can cover both.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Yeah. So we'll cover both games. We'll start with the bronze match and stuff. And why is it not giving me? Oh, okay, there it is. Why I was taking a bit for the thing to update. So now we have Reactor and RoboGear for the bronze match, and then we'll have Zlo and Swakle for the finals.
All right. Yeah, that's true, Zlo. Pigeon Explosion does 250 damage. I didn't know it was that much actually. Thought it was a bit less. I thought it was like 100 or 150. Yeah, 250 damage. That's insane. Can get some nice chain reactions then.
Leave it to Zlo to have the stat up there. Completely calculated.
DB Warrior. Yeah. Zlo is your guy for. Oh, it looks like RoboGear is considering forfeiting the
Uh,
match. That's unfortunate.
That stinks.
Yeah. I think he doesn't really have enough points, so unless he wins the tourney, doesn't really. Wait, let me check the sheet. Yeah, Robogear, I don't think he played in a single tourney. So he doesn't have any LotS points, so
Yeah, I was wondering about that because when I talked to him earlier today, he said he hasn't really played much recently or anything, so I didn't know if he was just doing this for funsies or not, which is appreciated, but anybody can join these and have fun. That's kind of what these like qualifier mini events are supposed to be, so everybody can participate, but I can understand if he wants to get going and go do something.
yeah, Reactive is not able to get the first 12 either. He has only 5 points, and the cutoff point right now is 28.
Yeah.
But
good.
it's really important for Swokol, actually, since Swokol is right on the edge. So winning that, and same for Zlo. Zlo would be able, if he takes the first place, he would be able to jump above Blackheart and above Blackheart mostly, and also above Turbo. So that's quite a nice spot. All right.
So is he actually giving in or?
I suppose.
Okay, unfortunate. All right, so map and veto bans for them. Second, wrong one.
Yeah, Robo joined the dual gap game.
Yeah, so he's done. Let's see what we got here. Does this work?
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay, so let's see. We got Zlo is at 40 points. He's clinched a spot. He can get a better spot with it, so he's in the tournament no matter what. Swako is at 31 points as well, so they're kind of juggling around to see who's going to get better seeding right now in the actual tournament, which is not too shabby. So it's worthwhile for them, but they've both clinched spots. I think what's going to happen here is I don't think anybody's going to get affected in the top 12 too much. Here we go. 1, 2.
I mean, if Zlo wins the tourney, he's gonna overtake Blackheart and Turbo. If he gets a second place, he's gonna jump above Blackheart. And Swokol is gonna be able to jump above. He's gonna jump above Jagged, Parallel, and Tex.
Yeah.
So that's.
So the cutoff is Turin Tarambar. Oh, actually, wait, sorry. They're all going to win a little bit of points from this, so we'll have to shuffle it around. I think Turin and Yudi is going to be interesting.
I don't think neither of them actually would get in, because Yudi has only round of 8, so that's 5th to 8th, and same as Turin. So that would give them only, if I remember correctly, like 4 points or something like that.
Yeah.
Let me check.
I think they both got knocked out in the same round. Swako beat
Yes.
Turin, and yeah, so they're just going to gain the same amount of points.
Okay, so for the 5th to 8th, you get only 2 points. So neither of them are gonna be able to overtake Ajax, which is currently the person that is on the cutoff. Alright, I got the faction vetoes. Let's see. Okay, we have Cybran versus Seraphim on a map gen. Let's join that lobby.
Very popular, this tourney map gen.
Yeah, quite nice to see.
I haven't gotten a 15 by 15 map in ladder yet. Oh, actually, wait, is that in ladder or TMM? I can't remember. Anyways, it's in one of those, and I'm really excited to see how that goes with the matchmakers.
I would use Access databases for such things. That makes sense. Access is mostly for like bigger data, right? So
I don't know.
anyways, back to Subcom. We have looks like wait, let me see what is the map size again? It's a 10 by 10. It's a 7.5, 7.5 by 7.5, and with a lot of open space and a lot of maxes, so that's quite interesting. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Is Swako ready, who hasn't X'd yet? This is going to be 7.5 by 7.5. I don't know if you said that already.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, actually, wait. It could be 15 by 15.
No, I checked.
Okay. Oh, wait. How did you check?
If you hover over the name of the map gen, then it gives you the
Oh.
information
Whoops.
in the lobby. All right. The map is holding in. We have some on the left. We have Swokkel playing Cybern in his one of his favorite green colors, and on the right we have Zlo in his not so accustomed color, since he's playing in burgundy red today, since Swokkel stole his color, and Zlo is playing Seraphim, opening first land, and followed by a Pigeon 5 max, and so he's gonna delay his Hydra a bit, while Swokkel is just gonna actually do the same thing, but delay
Shit, what
one of the
happened?
maxes. Ooh, hello,
Yeah,
overray.
sorry. Hang on a second.
Fix it! Professional quality streams, just here at FAFLive. You're welcome. Okay, so we have first lap from Swokkel going very aggressively here. Gonna look for some early expanding engineer from Zlo. Zlo is for now making only engies, slowly increasing his economic capabilities. So yeah, that's why Swokkel went for the first pigeon. So that's because his Hydra is delayed because of the early lap, so he doesn't stall.
My Streamlabs just almost Sudoku'd itself, so if the game stops, I hope not.
You should also fix the player scores and
Yeah, it froze.
oh.
So I'm trying to see if I
Yeah,
can get it to
happens.
respond right now, so I can't change anything. But it looks like it's froze on streaming the game, so I'm just gonna leave it as is instead of stopping it.
Yeah, it's probably a good call. Oh, the lab is managed to kill Celine, but both the hunter and the mole have died. So the lab wasn't very successful. Quite unfortunate for Swokkel that invested a bit of early build power and build time into that. So we have Slob being just tiny bit ahead. A few more total mass, like 100 or so, and also faster second factory, but nothing very significant. What's actually interesting is that Zlo has twice the tanks right now. He has two Tams, while Swokkel is only one Mantis. So there's a possibility if Zlo either clumps up his tanks and takes a nice 2v1 fight, or just is able to be in two places at once. And we see that Swokkel is just gonna go right across, but same as Zlo, and the engineer from Swokkel expanding to the bottom corner is gonna be probably picked up, since there's a Tam vectoring on that position. On the other side, a platoon of a nice duo of Tam and Celine have been scouted by defending tanks from Swokkel. But again, the tank is gonna run away. Only the scout has been killed, and there it looks like the NG is in trouble. I think that, yeah, Swokkel senses the danger and pulls the NG away, but there's another NG that's could possibly be killed.
He's lost one in the bottom left as well.
Yeah, that's quite brutal.
And
So for now, because Swokkel was forced to defend versus the raids, all of his tanks are in quite defensive positions, and you can see that Zlo is just able to expand for free to the bottom and to the top. However, Zlo has just fewer engines expanding. Swokkel was expanding to all three major expansions. while Zlo is expanding only to 2 out of 3. We have also similar timings on our factories. Both players have an Inti out, but Sokol chose to go for a Bomber. So I'm interesting to see if he's gonna be able to get a nice kill. He's lacking a scout for the Bomber though. So that's gonna be quite interesting. And Zlo managed to raid another engineer.
Gonna get a Selen pickup on one of the engineers on the top left as well.
Yeah, that's quite brutal. Zlo managed to pick up all 3 of the main expanding engineers. The third one is about to succumb to the Selene fire. So this looks quite bad for Sokol. And his bomber is not able to find an engineer because Zlo just delayed 1 engie.
Do you think an ACU can hide in these little ponds here?
Yeah, they are deep enough they can find.
It's going to be interesting if Swakle can just take over this expansion and be a pain in the butt.
Yeah, the main difference is the only good thing for Swakle really is the fact that he's so far ahead on the ACU move out. So his ACU is gonna be able to just secure this expansion for free. And actually Zlo is making a factory there, so Swakle can just come in and reclaim it for quite a few resources. However, there's a Selene hidden both in the top and bottom corner, and this NG, and there's a tank that has a vet and is slowly regening, and this Mantis, or rather this NG, won't have a good time.
Swakle just finished his 4th land factory, and Zlo has had 5 operating for quite some time now, so his army production is pretty massive right now. I think he's going to get a little bit of holy crap, Swakle's ACU is here though. So hopefully that'll divert some, and not a chance. He's got so many units moving on the top middle area, it's not even funny.
Yeah, and on the bottom, the Tam moved in, killed the engine, now it's run away. And because it had vet, it's gonna draw actually. Oh, it survived on 9 HP and it got another vet. This tank is a hero. The bomber on the bottom just killed a single engineer, didn't achieve too much. Even though Swakle had a nice AC move, he just doesn't have enough tanks. The raids from Zlo were just far superior in the early game. Just won the early trades. Like, if you are Seraphim, your Tam plus Selene is a very very dangerous duo, since the combat scout allows you to win basically versus any other tank plus scout duo. However, like, Mantis usually have Salmon has an edge on such maps because the Mantis are just a bit faster than other tanks, so they can move around and raid easily. But Zlo, because Zlo put so much pressure and tried to raided Swakle so much, Swakle was the one responding to all the raids.
Swakle's in trouble here.
Yeah.
He's got a PD queued up, but Zlo saw his ACU quite some time ago, and he's moving in for a crush. I don't think that Swakle can get out of this move.
Oh, I forgot a prediction, damn it. My bad. I think Swakle is in trouble. Zlo smells blood here. He's moving all of his tanks past the ACU in order to cut off the reinforcements. The problem is that he never got in range of his ACU, so he's gonna lose. The trades should have been much better. I think if Zlo would have microed his units a bit better, he would have just instantly killed Swakle. As it is, I think Swakle should still be dead, because he needs to run away from the ACU, but there are three Phobos just chasing him down.
I don't know why Swakle's moving all his tanks to the left. I think that they should go to his ACU right away, considering what's going on, and
he needs to group them up, otherwise he will just lose them to the army ball. Yeah, but it's looking pretty desperate. He needs to dance around. Zlo should keep his AC in range. And if I would be Zlo, I would send a few more of my reinforcements to my ACU, since you wouldn't want to draw. But I think Swakle is just dead. The Phobos are just doing too much damage. He's never gonna be able to kill them. And also, Zlo has total air control. Yeah, Zlo even moves his ACU away now, fearing a draw. Although it might be a bit premature, I think he let Swakle leave for no reason here. If he would have stayed with the ACU could have just killed the tanks. There's no way that Swakle...
He's probably just playing it safe, so there's no draw.
Yeah, but now actually Swakle got a nice overcharge, killed most of the Phobos. He should be able to get a nice vet and stuff. I mean, in the long run, Zlo has just infinite map control compared to none.
Like Sokol has 6 maxes right now. About to have 6 maxes. About to have 5 maxes, actually. If he loses the max in the bottom, he will have only 5 maxes in his main base. And be completely surrounded.
Yeah, I mean, it's over. His base has gotten overrun, and there's no chance here.
Yeah. Zlo has just so much mass. And Sokol has so little. There's no chance. Now the pigeons are getting bombed by the bombers. 2 bombers. If there's a single damaged pigeon, then 2 bombers is enough to kill the whole line.
I feel like he could have round targeted right here and taken them all out in one sweep, but not the biggest deal. He's probably paying attention to his ACU right now and doesn't want to allow any draws or something. All these units could just go right here and surround his ACU, I think. There's gotta be no power production here for Swackle anymore, so I'm gonna... Really unsure why Zlo's not just moving his ACU in.
I mean, he's just playing it very safe. He knows the game is he's won. Like, there's no way, there's nothing Sokol can do except for try to fight on and get kills with his ACU. But in the long run, like, his ACU will die eventually. There are too many Phobos around him. His Sokol just needs to dance around there, like 10 Phobos knocked on him. I think if I would be Swackle, I would just Ctrl K to get to the next game. Like, there's no reason to tilt yourself more.
Yeah.
At this point. Like, Swackle even killed most of your pigeons. You have a Hydra and 2 pigeons left.
So...
Now the bombers come for the ACU.
Yeah, not enough units here. It's a lot of mobile AA. Bombers, probably can't dodge all of those.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time.
This is the... Yeah, oh, it's 10 by 10 by...
Yeah, it looks like Swackle won't be able to make it to the next veterancy.
No, I was wondering if that may happen, but just a little too overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Alright, so...
Look at the Selines from Zvlo around Swackle's base, just soaked everywhere.
It's so mean. Whose choice map was that?
I think that would be Zlo's higher, so that would be Zlo's, I think.
Okay. Let's... Maybe Swackle will get a nice map that he enjoys.
Oh, actually, it's the bottom seed that gets the first pick. That's interesting. Not sure why, but... Well, I'm not the POV because my internet doesn't like when I'm streaming. If you ever been on to my stream, you know that I sometimes lose connection, and that's not very good for official tourney coverages. So that's why it's safer if someone else streams. And also then I can focus a bit more on some analytical stuff.
Did I
Like
do something wrong, Giryup? Whoever the heck you pronounce your name.
I don't think so. That's curiosity, probably. Okay, let's see. Let's see for the second map pick. No, I'm not gonna join the game. I'm casting a tourney. Sorry. Maybe I can do both.
What game is he talking about?
That could be the Crazy Rush. Nah, I wouldn't do that to my favorite viewers on FAFLive. Gotta provide the insights. Okay, waiting for the faction bans from Zlo. The second map is gonna be Roanoke Cap. It's a 20 by 20 naval map.
That is interesting.
Okay, so this is Zlo's pick, and the last map was Swokkel's pick.
I was gonna say, this seems a lot more like a slow map than a Swakkel map.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Swokkel usually is better on the 10 by 10 maps. This has a lot of potential for random bombers, frigates, transports, and everything in between. And that's the definition of Zlo map. Waiting for his faction. Okay, there we go. Seems like both players want to play Cybran. That's not a surprise. What's interesting is that the second choice for Zlo is UEF. So we'll have a Seraphim versus UEF matchup. And Zlo will be playing UEF and Swokkel is gonna be playing Seraphim. And I'm definitely favoring Sarah on this map because of the Phobos, the hover, better T2R, and also the destroyers.
Getting a request for the prediction this time around, by the way.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do this.
Good reminder. Thank you.
Okay. Cool. Gonna do a 5 minutes since it's 20 by 20. Yeah, Zlo is definitely a crusher.
You have been asked to FAFLive co-cast and play at the same time by casting a match replay. It's funny you mentioned that. There was a funny event in Legend of the Stars qualifier tournament where a certain someone ended up playing against himself, if you recall that.
I don't remember that one.
Achieved Jaguar made a Smurf his quote-unquote sister and ended up playing against himself in one of the Legend of the Stars qualifiers.
Georgiana?
Yeah.
Nice one.
That was one of the most, are you kidding me, you didn't see this?
Hello, FF.
The fact that he has the APM to actually do that is incredible, though.
Did he actually was able to play?
He had
Did the game take place?
He had two or three. He has 2 or 3 monitors, and yes, he was actually playing against himself. That's he's a pretty high APM player, so it looked like it was 2 players playing against each other.
Yeah, I also wanted to cast something bully since we were lacking caster for this one. Since Archend is now preoccupied with a certain game, and the rest of the usual casters were not around. Okay, so we have Zlo in the bottom, starting with Land Factory, and Swokkel in the top, starting with an Air Factory. However, it's not gonna make a bomber. It's just a factory that's gonna make a scout to see if Zlo is gonna be a greedy boy and make a fast transport, or if it's gonna into rush Swokkel.
He's definitely going to into rush. I recognize this build order.
Yeah, it's a classic one.
I think Swakkel's going to try for some early shutdown tactics to see if he can keep Zlo at bay.
Possibly. Oh, your screen is kind of frozen, by the way. Just
Is it?
oh, wait, no, you're just not zooming in.
No, I wasn't. I'm just waiting for the initial stuff to take place, and we're just
Well, maybe you
chit-chatting
can
about
do a
things.
split screen.
Oh yeah, good idea. I forget the key binding for that one. Let's see. Oh,
I have no idea either.
there we go. Home.
Oh yeah. Gotta be careful with your minimap though, although yours is pretty small, so shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I toned it down in size quite a bit. Wondering when the first interceptor is going to come out for. Oh, the scout's coming out for Swoggle. And the
Yeah,
air factory
after
is not done for Zlo, so that's 100% going to see what he's doing. Seconds till he gets there. Air factory is going to finish just before the scout gets there. I don't think Achieve Jaguar really plays Forge Alliance Forever too much anymore. Well, he comes around a little bit more, but I think he's kind of moved on from the game.
I mean, he's playing every now and then, but not as much as back in the day.
Yeah, I was in Oni for a while, and the clan became so inactive it wasn't even funny. I think he was busy playing Warframe or something like that.
So yeah, it's a transport rush from Zlo. Although he's stalling really hard to get this transport out. He only made 8 pigeons before the factory.
2 interceptors out for Swoggle already, and don't know if he saw the transport or not. He's got his...
He knew. He saw that it was under production, but it's not locked. Okay, now he should lock it.
He's got his interceptors on red.
Yeah,
Slow may get this dropped off in time, actually.
Well, but the transport is gonna die, and Swoggle can just drop the 2 islands, one of his own and then one from Zlo. I don't like that the scout didn't follow the transport actually, because it's gonna be hard for Swoggle to micro his
Slow's
Indies
gonna
around.
get this drop.
I mean, yeah, but it's not gonna be too good for him. Okay, now the Intis are locked. Ooh, the Inti actually missed the transport a bit. And there's an interceptor out from Zlo, but the transport should die. I would actually like for Swoggle to target the Inti first. Makes more sense. Now Zlo runs away. So there's a successful drop-off from Zlo, but now Zlo can just drop... Swoggle can just drop 2 islands, and that's a massive advantage.
I'm gonna go to single screen mode here now. Swoggle was really smart in moving his ACU on the get-go.
Yeah,
and
that's
now
very
he's
nice.
gonna be able to do this move where he's gonna go to the top right island and then to the bottom one, I think.
Yeah, that's his plan. But actually, Zlo is rushing out another transport, and he's gonna have 6 NGs. He is actually idle with quite a few of his stuff in base. I think Zlo should be building right now. He's full mass bar, full energy bar. That's quite weird.
The question is, did this... Nope. Interceptor's not going after the transport. So I think Swoggle's going to get this transport down pretty easy, and it's going to become a time thing as to whether or not he gets some labs out at first. Oh, but Swoggle's got interceptors on the transport already.
That's very unfortunate for Zlo. He needs to drop the engines or he's gonna lose all 6 of them.
This transport, yeah, that's...
It's dead. He's not gonna be able to land in time. Yeah, all 6 engineers going down. That's very unfortunate. Zlo was very low with his transport. He could have assisted it out. He had full mass bar and full energy bar. He was floating resources, and he had like 7 engines idle around his factories. So that's definitely... He had the chance to quickly drop, and he just didn't use it. So that was just a huge misplay by Zlo. And he was also ahead on power production for quite a while, but he stopped scaling for some time, and now you see that Zlo had way more mass than Swoggle, right? But Zlo has 1000 mass in storage for the past 3 minutes. So he should have been ahead, but now he will be insanely behind once Swoggle gets all 3 out of the 4 contestable islands. And once there are like 3 factories here, even the ACU cannot help.
Swakkel's got his first naval factory up too, so he's gonna be a pain in the. Oh, actually, sorry, that's a mistake. Zlo has one, but it's on the left island. Didn't see that.
Yeah.
And Bobo is coming out from the bottom right island, so that's gonna be a pain in the butt on the single mex islands in the back.
Yeah, so Zlo now has air control and he's got couple NGs on the transport. I'm not sure what he's gonna try to drop. If he goes for the top left corner, that's gonna be pretty bad. Zlo starting T2 RHQ, that's pretty fast. But nothing surprising really.
I think he's gonna have to go for some T2 AC.
He's gonna drop a lot of small islands. He's gonna drop some islands on the left, and then he's gonna go behind Swoku's base and drop his little islands. So that's quite nice. But he needs to quickly get control of one of the main islands back, otherwise he'll just be really behind. He's just gonna fall back. I think what Zlo should do is rush T2R, rush T2 ACU, and drop T2 ACU in Swoku's main base. Since the ACU from Swoku is outside, Swoku's scaling is delayed because even though he has more islands, it's gonna take a while. His island was delayed, and it's gonna take a while for him to get established. He's later on the scaling and later on the T2R. So if Zlo goes for Air Crush and T2 ACU drop, and kills all of the power from Swakle, I think that's the way back into this game. I mean, Thomas, I'm sorry, but Zlo won the last game, and they have the exact same colors as last game, so your theory has been already proved wrong. Again, Zlo's economy management isn't the greatest. He has full mass bar. He's gonna get the T2 pigeon hopefully soon. Yeah, he conjured one of the T1 pigeons to get it. Also one T2 max for Zlo about to finish. Sokol not investing into any T2 maxes. For now, he's just happy to have very nice map control. Also, it's quite interesting that Sokol made a factory on one of his little islands between his main and one of the expansion islands. I think it's quite nice since a lot of people now drop NGs like Zlo is about to do. So yeah, looks like Zlo has firmly air control and he's gonna be much faster on the T2 pigeon. Swoku just finished his T2 RHQ. And Zlo, yeah, just finished the pigeon. And he is going for a transport, a T2 transport. And he's going for T2 ACU. Right? No, he's going for a gun. Okay.
Interesting. But he can go for gun T2, so maybe that's his plan.
Maybe. I mean, then you should probably start with... although he doesn't have power, actually. Because the T2 transport is taking a while. He needs to drop the main base, though. If he drops the side island, I would be disappointed. What he should do is make T2 ACU, make like 3 Janus, and then as you drop the ACU, you Janus all the build power. And then you just take the whole island for yourself.
I'm not sure if Swako is paying attention. He has a T1 interceptor here. And
yeah.
He may have seen that Zlo's doing the upgrade, so I think he's got T2 air factory done. So he's probably going to start fortifying up at the top now, so he may be able to stop us. Let's see what he's doing. No,
oh, actually, you know what Zlo is doing? I think he's gonna drop on top of Swoku's AC and try to kill him. Because he's making torps. That could work as well. Like, the torp is mostly for the frigate, but maybe he's gonna go for the kill. Now Zlo is going also for T2.
Yeah, but where's Swoku's air? How much does he have?
Not much. Swoku has 3 interceptors. Zlo has 20. And Zlo still has a lot of economy. Like, he has 50 mass incomes. Swokol has actually 40. Swokol has not enough power. He's minus 700 power. He's trying to get Intis while making a T2. Look at the amount of naval production for Swokol.
Yeah, he clearly didn't see what was going on when he had that interceptor go up there, because knowing Zlo, if he saw that, I think he would have gotten his ACU away and stopped naval production and try to counter this, because this is actually going to be a crushing move if he can drop there. With only one T1 PD there.
The Zlo's ACU transport is blocked by 3
no.
Intis.
It's not gonna kill the transporter, but it's gonna delay slow quite a bit. Hi.
Does he move his ACU yet? Nope.
It's okay. It seems like
Oh, he's going for the right island. Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't go for the right island. It's the most fortified one and the least with the least value. Also, Zlo is full mass bar. He should be making second T2P gen, a lot of air production. Like he needs to win fast with air. He should be using his torch as well to hunt the frigates. Yeah, this is terrible drop location. And he's gonna lose the T2 transport as well to the AAs. This is the worst, out of all the islands, this is legitimately the worst target. If he drops the main base and has like 2 Janus, the whole main base dies. The other island on the top has 3 Phobos and 2 AAs. This one has 40 tanks.
Well, he's not gonna die here, but...
Well, no, but like he retakes this island, but it's gonna take so long. Like he needs to go into the water, maybe. No, if he dodges around an OCs, I think he should be able to kill all of this. But still, like this is the worst target. Like if you drop across, and then you use this as a station to attack the main base and like do maybe a RT drop or something. I don't think he realized how little air Swoku had. He had only 3 intis. Now he has 9.
Yeah, this is just the bias of the observer perspective where he didn't see how weakly defended Swakkel's ACU is, I think.
Yeah.
Because now his ACU is going to get stuck here. He can't go on land. Well, actually, maybe he can. Yeah, he got a nice vet here, so he can be a bit of a pain in the butt here, but...
yeah, now all the naval factories from Swakkel are gonna pump insane amounts of frigates, and at that point, Zlo won't be able to counter them with torps. There will be too many frigs, and then Zlo will just won't be able to recover. Like he needed to deal. He couldn't just get slightly back into the game by taking his island. He needed to deal a crippling amount of damage to Swakkel. Either you clean 2 of his islands or his main islands. Nothing less will work. Like he's getting good value out of his ACU, but like 3k mass, but all the maxes are still alive. So
yeah, even if Slow manages to get this up and established real quick, I think Swakkel has enough control where he can get a T2 naval factory and just come in and crush that island.
yeah, I mean,
trapped.
Zlo is making a lot of T2 maxes. I don't understand this. Like, there's no way you turtle up on 2 islands versus 4. He's in red HP. There's a new PD, and he's between RTs and PDs and frigates. He's about to get another vet, so he will leave, but at this point this looks very grim. His T2 transport got killed. He has air control for now, but Swakkel is still killing the torps. Swakkel is gonna drop Phobos on the left island, gonna kill some T2 maxes. And Swakkel has 24 frigates to Zlo's 10. Although, the more impressive is, Zlo has 40 naval factories, and Swakkel has 18. So yeah, Swakkel has more mass in, nearly the same mass in naval factories as in frigates, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be,
Yeah,
well, it should be
looks-
1 for 1. I don't see any way Zlo can get out of this, so I think we'll just see the 3rd match come up.
Yeah, I was really excited when he started making the T2 Pigeon and upgrades for his AC, because that was the way to win that game. That was his chance, but he just blew it by playing too safe when he couldn't afford it.
Yeah,
If he would drop on Swakkel's ACU, he could just reclaim that PD within 4 seconds and then run down his Swakkel's ACU, and he would have couple torps, like 3 or 4 torps, and Swakkel would be dead. There's nothing he could do.
And 3 Nothas are gonna come in here and finish it off.
The LotS are gonna die.
Whoops. I didn't see the air there. Never mind.
I mean, the air actually flew right past.
What the heck?
Okay, Zlo is gonna dodge. Yeah, he dodged all of them. I don't understand why Soko is trying to just kill Zlo here. That doesn't seem very good.
But we got
What he
nice
should do
FOBO
is
drop
make
here.
a lot of air. The only thing Zlo has right now is there. There's a RT drop inbound for Zlo's main island. There's a shield, but it should be enough. Yeah, but it should be enough. Zeus have a very high art of firing, so the shield will just eat all the damage, and the PDs and the NGs are gonna deal with it. Yeah, the Zlo still hasn't finished taking the whole island. He only killed most of them. He killed all the mechs, but he still doesn't have a single one, and he isn't grabbing any of the reclaim. So there's like this delayed Swappo just a little bit, but didn't really make a big difference for him. He's just chilling with his 2 times bigger eco. Currently it's 100 income to 80, so yeah, Zlo has quite a few T2 maxes, and actually quite a few of them died to the drops. Just quite unfortunate. What's interesting is how many frigates Swaku suicide into torps. If you see the veterancy on some of those stores, they have over 800 mass killed. Quite a few of them. So yeah, Swaku has been... Oh, Swaku actually reclaimed some of his navy facts and paused the others, since he cannot afford that many freaks. He never got the critical amount of frigates to storm the torps, so they weren't very efficient.
Yeah, I would just really like to see some engineers just coming out of here, rush one of these to T2 Navy, and just go down there and just insert move his ACU at
Actually, wait. Now with Zlo grabbing the island, he's only like 20 mass behind. If he grabs the island, he will be barely behind on mass income. He has total air control, and he's killing all the frigates with torps right now. And look at the reclaim fields he has. He has 3k reclaim around his island on the left, and he has 4k reclaim on the island on the right. And Swokol is not really doing anything. He has been mass stunning for the past 10 minutes, trying to get his frigates out that have been just dying to torps. This actually might be winnable for Zlo, I think. If he covers his torps, uses his torps correctly, this might be winnable. And if he gets all the mass, right now what Zlo needs is a lot of navy factories. Make a lot of them
and
quite quickly.
And he's getting Navy immediately.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's what you need. Ooh, there's a knot on the left side killing T2 maxes. I like that from Swokol. That's very annoying to deal with.
He sent his interceptors to take care of it, but I don't think he left them there long enough, and he got too much of a reaction to take out the.
He went to cover his torps, which is obviously good, but you need to also defend versus the random attacks. Okay. I like that. He has too much idle stuff though. Like he has most of his naval factories are just idle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 7 are idle. Also, he's gonna make a cruiser. I don't understand this. Why are you making cruiser, Zlo? You have air control. Also, and Swokol has a T2 land finish, and he has a cruiser and a destroyer on the way. Maybe I spoke too soon. I don't... Like, I think Zlo had a chance. If he played really well and used all of that reclaim and transitioned to T2 Navy better, and made a destroyer and rush a destroyer out on the left side, and then use the destroyer to kill the cruiser and the torps to kill everything else, I think he would have had a chance. But now, with the idle production and everything, there was a drop from Swokol that just flew into the Inti cloud and just immediately died.
Oh man.
Slow is about to lose all his T2 mexes on the left island.
Yeah.
His Torp Bomber's not going after it. These Inties really should have moved along with the Torps over here, I think. Don't know why he's clumping up all his interceptors over here.
A full scout incoming for Slow. Trying to get some intel.
Janus Bomber out all the way to the right.
Yeah.
Don't know what it's going to do.
It's gonna go into the corner. We have 9 torps. But all the mechs on the left are dying. Zol is full mass bar for the whole game, basically. He has 3k mass in the storage. And his main factory, his T2 Navy HQ is idle. All of his... He has currently 15 T1 Navy factories, and only one of them is building Navy ships. All of them are idle, except for one more that is building engineers or repeat. Like, why? Just use the stuff you have. You have the infrastructure to spend your mass. You have the way to get back into this game, but he doesn't want to. And now Swokul has another 30 mass income, while Slow just doesn't get anything more because he's losing the left side island. And Swokul is gonna... It's pretty... He still has less intis, like half of Slow's, but...
There's a cruiser out there as well.
Yeah.
And it's just...
I don't know
away.
why...
Island's gone.
I really don't understand why Zlo would make a cruiser, and also, why didn't Zlo just drop another island with ACU? Just drop the next island. Like, you have a full HP ACU gun, total air control. Just drop another island and just do damage to Swokul. Like, you lose the island on the left, but you kill the island on the right. You still have a fighting chance. And then, because you use Defender's advantage, you just defend your main base with the Navy, and with the air control you should be able to do it.
Yeah, I'm still unsure why he hasn't sent his interceptors over here to... I know there's a cruiser there, but I feel like he could sweep these and just send in the... I mean, he has enough T2 bombs.
Look at this transport. Zlo is dropping a single RT on the Mexes, and then he's gonna drop the main base. Sadly, in the main base there's a flak and T2 PDs, so the transport's gonna die really quickly. But this is really funny. Oh, now he dropped actually 2 RTs instead of 1.
Yeah, the Slow Bombers have cleaned up most of the Mexes in the inner ring here, so I think there's at least that. Hopefully none of these mexes were...
Oh, Zlo is about to suicide his destroyer, his first destroyer into Swokul's navy. And again, he's making a second cruiser while having total air control. I just don't understand. Why? Why would you do this?
And here comes his ACU drop.
Yeah, that's good, that's good. I like it. He should have done it 5 minutes ago, but that's still good. If he makes only destroyers and frigates, like, you need to make destroyers and fix your rally points.
Ooh,
also,
move it.
Oh, your ACU needs to move. Yeah.
He's got too much going on to focus on that.
Yeah.
I think he's got to fight this and move his ACU at the same time. That's really hard to micro even with this level.
Okay, he sniped one of the cruisers, but there's another one already, and the torps won't be able to snipe the other one. Ooh. I think he pulled the trigger on the torps too late. There was a single cruiser and he had like 9 torps for so long. If he had like 15 torps, he could have killed the whole navy. And now his cruiser is dying. He made so many navy factories and they never started making.
Yeah,
he has 20 factories and only one of them is producing. That's very weird. Very...
So all these navy yards are going to get crushed, I think. Swokul has already begun to build on his island.
Yeah.
So those ACUs
also,
Swokul
has T3 air HQ. However, he's not making a T3 pigeon for now. He's just making gunships. There's another drop from Zlo, but the main base of Swokul is quite heavily fortified with the PDs. However, if he lands behind the hill, he can actually kill quite a few PDs here. There's a gunship, but the artist should be able to just one-shot the mechs. Yeah, they are hiding behind the cliff. He's just gonna one-shot the mechs, basically. Nearly.
one RT shell short of one shot. Still very nice. Annoying. Okay, there are 2 destroyers now versus only a single one, but there are no frigates for Zlo. And on the right side, he just lost a T2 support factory, all the Navy HQ. If he had just a couple, like 5 torps would be enough to kill all the... Look how many subs there are. They are such a prime target for the torps. Okay, so now Zlo retakes the island. He captures a Seraphim technology. But I just don't see a way for him. Like, he had so many opportunities, I feel like. He played well, and Swako made quite a few mistakes and made a room for a epic Zlo comeback, but Zlo just didn't capitalize on the possibilities he had. Now the torps are coming for the right side, but it's like 5 minutes too late. His destroyers are getting quite nice value. Getting some...
Yeah, he's got a micro of those, or he's like, yeah, they're gone. They're toast. About to get bum rushed by...
Yeah, he needs to micro them back. He has no frigate support. They're just attack moves, I don't like it. I feel like he also made... Like, he just kept making NTCS 140 to Sokol's 30 out of fuel. At some point you need to see if your opponent is actually making intis and just switch to torps only. Okay, so the destroyers are getting decent value. One of them is gonna get surrounded, but the rest of them are kiting quite well. And there's a 4th one getting out of the factory. So maybe there's a chance for this Navy fight. And if Zlo wins this Navy fight and gets the reclaim, I mean, Swoklo is gonna finish his T3 Pigeon, but he will need quite a few ASF to cover the strat. Ooh, okay.
Swaklo's got a cruiser coming out of a support factory on the top right island, so I think that Zlo's ACU is going to get really hammered there.
Zlo, you need only 1 TMG for Sarah cruisers. So that's not really...
Yeah, well...
And the Sarah cruiser in the bottom left, it got sniped, so now all the destroyers and the frigates can get killed. Where are the torps?
I think they
There are
got
none.
I think they got taken out. I think he's going to have to build up a lot more.
Yeah, he should be spamming only torps right now. He has so many T1 factories, that's not what you want. And his destroyers are just getting roasted by frigates and destroyers.
Yeah, well... I think Slow is going to lose these destroyers before he actually gets any damage with it. Now he's got 1 max down there, though I don't know if it was
Even
T2
has
or not.
T2PDs defending the coastline, that's interesting.
See,
I mean, all the destroyers here and the frigates are gonna die eventually. But Zlo just lost all of his destroyers as well. That's the main issue.
T3 Pigeon done for Swakle.
Is he no, he's making SF, okay.
He is, yeah. And I think he wants to do that because of all this...
I like this.
back.
Zlo captured the T1 factory and now he's spamming Phobos across on the right side. Actually, what I would like to see is a TML from Zlo. Either a TML, just TML ACU. Maybe, and walk into the water, TML the factory, couple maxes, maybe the Pigeon. Maybe make like 2 Janus and then TML the Pigeon and then Janus it at the same time. That would be nice.
So Zlo
Even-
has a bunch of reclaim axis over here, and Swako only has 1 T1 engineer kind of taking advantage of it right now.
Yeah.
This-
So Zlo needs to replace his production on the T2 HQ and get the reclaim. But in the long run, like the T3R is gonna do a lot of damage. And again, Swakul has nearly doubled the income for the past 10 minutes or so. Okay, looks like Sol had enough and is gonna try to kill Zlo's ACU, some gunships and arties.
Yeah, I was just looking and I was wondering why Slow's inties are all the way back here, but I think it's because he didn't want to have to worry about them taking fire, but
Yeah, I mean that's a good place to procure intis. It's as close as you can get.
I'm not sure
I think
why he's not responding yet with that.
yeah, that was quite a lot. But there's a cruiser, and the cruiser can cover the gunships. There are also a couple
True.
ASF. The ASF are gonna actually get murked by this inti cloud.
Better than a dead ACU, though.
Look at this, the ASF. 1 dead, 2 dead, 3 dead, 4 dead, nearly. All the ASF are dead. There go your Air Force. And all the gunships are dead as well. The power of intis. Don't underestimate them.
So those ACU is still absolutely trapped here, and now with the cruisers and the
I mean, yeah, this looks
kind of over.
yeah. I mean, if he hides on in the very middle and makes a lot of TND, maybe. But depends on the. No, I think it's flat enough for the Serra ACU. If you park 2 Serra destroyers on the opposite side, I don't think Zlo can hide. Oh, Zlo is gonna try to OC the destroyer. Let's see if Soku micros.
And
Yeah,
Swakle
Zlo
sees it just in time.
Yeah.
He's at full vet anyway, so he can't do anything.
I mean, he can kill the destroyer in 1 shot. That's
True.
pretty good.
Could take it back. Oh, and here comes a gigantic burst of torpedo bombers out of nowhere. So there's 4 cruisers, so
I mean, that's not very efficient for
no, but he wants to. He's
Leave.
trying desperately to keep his ACU alive. I don't see a T2 transport yet, but he may.
I mean, enemy has ASF, you have only intis. I wouldn't be transporting my commander out of there. Actually, correct me, Swoggle has not a single ASF or an inti. Oh, he has 11 intis, sorry. And 1 T3R scout. Yeah, looks like Zo is gonna live to fight another day. The Torps have rescued him. There's 1 destroyer, there are 2 destroyers, but no cruisers. And Zlo can now hide behind this mountain. That's gonna stop the destroyer shots.
He's gonna lose all his NTs real quick here, though.
Yeah, eventually. I mean, at this point, you would kinda hope that Zlo may give up at some point and not prolong the game too much. But I gotta give it to Swokul, he's not very great at ending the game. He should have finished it like quite a long time ago.
It's just about over. Yeah, he's gonna get caught here. One last try here, and
There we go.
hard fought. Weird match in the beginning. Definitely had a chance over here to, he could have dropped that. Shame he didn't get to do anything epic like that, but it can be a little overwhelming on a map this size, I suppose. Oh, there's a strap bomber coming in too, yeah.
Yeah. Seems like the UD game hasn't filled in quite a while.
Ah, so he's moving to desperation tactics. That's why he's asking you to drop out of casting and leave me alone.
Right, be right back, I'm gonna grab something to eat.
Can you take over the faction veto duty?
Yeah, I'll do that. Go to our graphic. By the way, I don't know if Captain Klutz is watching, but thank you for the graphic. I wasn't actually planning to make one of these. Ready. Alrighty, folks, bear with me as I'm doing the faction vetoes and Takada's taking a bit of a break.
Group formed. Group formed.
All right, I'm back.
You inspired me to get a snack myself.
I'm currently consuming delicious foods.
Looks like we're going to be on a reasonably small hard shield oasis. Another map by Jip that we haven't seen in quite some time.
Yeah.
I've seen some very interesting matches on this map. Those faction vetoes are in, and picks. So cool. Mm-hmm.
Seems like Zol may have posted a map that has been vetoed.
Okay, alright, so maybe we're not playing Hard Shield Oasis. What's for dinner tonight for Tagata?
Mm. I've already ate dinner like a long time ago.
Oh, this is just a snack, I see.
Yeah, it's a one portion of cheesecake.
That's a good. Well, it depends which one it is. There's some weird cheesecakes out there.
I would say it's the most classic default one, I guess. Without anything fancy, it's still pretty good.
So taking a look at this, Sukul, if he wins this tournament, could overtake both Jagged and Paralon. That puts him at a considerably better position, while Zlo's basically fighting just to take over Blackheart's spot.
Yeah.
And it's like the only event that Blackheart played this year was the Fall Invitational, to which he only placed enough to get 2 points. And he's riding on his Legend of the Stars 2020 and 2019 position right now, which puts him at a whopping 47 points.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive. So he won't be able to do that next year, unless he gets into this one and places really high.
Yeah, it's mostly to allow players that are very good but don't play as often, but are still considered top 5 or even top 3, to just be able to get very high positions and still qualify just by playing LotS. Since if you take someone from the, let's say, the lower end of the top 12 or 16 and put them against a Blackheart that played unrusted, it's like there's no question who wins.
It's a shame Blodir's not going to play at all. The only points I see for him are from 2019 and 2018 lots, so he's got nothing on there. I didn't realize that he hasn't played like pretty much at all anymore.
I mean, Blodir has never been very good at tourneys, and he hasn't really played in 2020 and 19.
I think he's technically the leader of your clan SA, right? Or he was originally.
Yeah.
I think he made it.
I mean,
so
he still is.
it seems to be the current theme of your clan joinings. It's like Zoc left for a while. Now it looks like Blodir is kind of leaving.
Perhaps.
I was really expecting him to turn for a little bit.
I mean, he played quite a bit of AO2, AOE2, and now AO4 once it came out. So both him and Arch are tryharding there.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. I thought they were making fun of it at first, but now it seems like they like it. Or I don't know, maybe they're just testing it out and
I
having
mean,
fun.
they are not. When I talked with them, they weren't really that pleased with it. But it's like, at least it has some support from devs, and there's a lot of money being pumped into it. And since the game is been just released, you can get some tourney winnings
I think
early on.
that's definitely a current theme with things. Is money definitely talks with a lot of these. I know, like for instance, the Rainbow Cup event, which is going to be returning this February, is going to have pretty astounding prize pool. And I mean, you saw everybody try to get into that one because it's the only tourney that I think does not have as much funding as the Legend of the Stars event. Like it was $1,200 for that event last year, and I think he's going to raise it up a little bit again this year, maybe.
Yeah, it's quite impressive.
Yeah,
And I like that there's a tourney with a completely different format, but I'm not sure how competitive you can get with the AI being there. Since like I watched a couple of the games from the last tourney, and like you can lose and win games based on the AI behavior.
mm-hmm. I forget if it was this or this. There was some other AI tourney where I just remember there was basically Blodair left and he was just keeping his ACU in like this one corner. I can't remember what the map was. And this Soul Ripper kept going like just out of range to kill his ACU, and then it would just go back and like start going the other way, and it was just literally going back and forth the entire time. And the other team ended up losing because Blodair found a bug in the program, a bug in the code for the AI.
This one. Did LOL send the vaccine
Yeah,
details to you?
I see it. I
And
told him you were already at
Sokol.
food, so I didn't know. I haven't heard from
Yeah.
Swakle yet.
Okay, just tell me the bans and picks.
Okay.
So what did Slow ban?
1 second.
Okay. Um, okay, so we're gonna have again a Sarah versus UEF matchup.
And playing on Seraphim Glaciers. This could be interesting.
Actually, never mind. For some reason, I read UEF instead of Sarah, and it's gonna be a Sarah mirror.
Oh boy. They both let themselves have Sarah.
I mean, wait, what? Both vetoed Cybran, and both picked Cybran and Sarah. So both play Sarah.
Based on the information I have, that sounds correct.
Yeah, that was for some reason I read the Sarah as UEF. I don't know. Oh, I know why. Because I accidentally, instead of looking for Zlow's pick, I looked into the picks for the last game instead of his picks that you sent me. That's what. All
Oh,
right.
and we're starting? Now you know
Yeah.
how I feel last week. Or the week before, I can't remember.
Okay, let's see. So we have a Seraphim mirror matchup on Seraphim Glaciers 5 version. And in the bottom right, we have Swakle. And in the top left, we have Zlo. Both are starting with first land. Yeah. And going for the classic build where you don't touch the Nexus with the ACU, just make the pigeons, use the reclaim nearby with the Engis to power up your build and quickly get a transport or some intis.
I've seen a lot of different metas on here. Sometimes some people do something where they go straight to the middle island with a drop and then send the other engineers off to the side right there so you can do like a sneaky grab or something. What do you think the preference is for this map these days?
I mean, I would definitely go for a triple factory opening. With first land, second air, go for a fast scout, then back to Engis, and then go for the third air factory. Spam a lot of intis. Even if your opponent rushes the transport, they get a drop off, but then you can take 2 out of 3 islands. And with the extra air factory, you can usually win air and get yourself maybe a later drop, but to 2 places. And I like dropping mid first, since once you secure it, you can get the Hydro there, which is really nice. It allows you to spend all the reclaim from main base faster. The bigger issue is that if you don't drop the side fast enough, you run out of reclaim really quickly. Because that's on the side, you have 2000 mass in rocks that you can easily really grab really fast. So, oh, let me do a prediction.
I was gonna
So
say,
the second
normally
one was won by Swakle, and the third one I'm gonna give you only 1 minute, guys, so make sure to predict now before the transport hour shut down and stuff like that. Make it fair. Actually, look at Swakol. He just now is grabbing Mexes. He just delayed his Mexes really hard. He's going for the reclaim. I'm not sure if I like this. Like, how much did he get? Currently he has 8 pigeons and an air factory, while Zlo has 9 pigeons, and he's like, I'm not sure if this is worth it, to be honest. I feel like you sacrifice so much total mass for this. Don't
And
think I like
Slow's
this.
adapting this time around and making first NT out of his air factory so he doesn't get caught like he did on Roanoke. And that's probably a good move because Swako's sending first interceptor again.
Yeah, Soko is into rushing again, but this time Zlo will be ready. And Zlo has a lot of engines in his base. He's assisting his land factory, pumping out engines. But he's not even gonna make a third factory. Neither of them are scaling power, which is quite interesting. They just stopped making pigeons, which I don't like. There's so much mass. Like, yes, you get your transport a bit faster, but I don't think it's worth it. Like, your scaling just horrendous. Because after you leave with the transport full of engines, you have no build power to make everything. I think I like Slow's position more. Like, he has slower transport, but he has more build power and more power income. And neither player. Okay, so there's a bomber for Sokol going to the top right, and there's a bomber from Zlo going to middle, and Zlo also has air control. But
It's
he's
all
not
gonna
gonna
come.
try to. Yeah. Oh, Swako is gonna drop aggressively. I like
Yeah,
this.
I was gonna say. I think based on what he just saw with the interceptor count in the middle and stuff, he had an idea that if he goes this way, that there might be a little bit of a catch with one of those or something spread out. Not sure if this
Zlo
scout would have caught
actually
that, but
sees that there's no transport on the bottom left, and he moves his intis and bombers to the right. But now his bomber is unprotected. I mean, his transport is unprotected. I think he's gonna drop to the middle and then to the right. I expect him to. I would like some more scouts from Zlo actually, and some more factories to make NGs. He's currently overflowing a lot of power and a lot of mass.
I'm being told some in the chat, by the way, that something happened with the predictions. It was for the same game last time. Not sure what happened.
I didn't set up the prediction for this one.
Ooh. So Zlo did what I usually see, where you go for the middle island, and he's sending his transport to the right now, and we're gonna have a
Wait,
transport
did I
crossing
really?
paths. Yeah.
Did I really set up the prediction and then? Oh my god. Okay, wait. I don't think I can. Okay, let's hope Swako wins. Ah, that's all I can say.
Well, this is very interesting here. Are we gonna have these 3 engineers? This is fun. Oh, the bombers are gonna get that engineer that's in the middle.
Okay, I
Oh
guess I just
no.
camped. Okay, I can delete the current one. And sorry for that. I just camped people for channel points. Let's just hope that Swakle is gonna crush, but that seems a bit unlikely. Given the current situation of the game. It looks like for now Zlo is firmly in control.
Well, Slow's definitely gonna get the middle island. If this bomber successfully kills these 2 engineers that are idle here, then I think we're gonna have
Yeah.
an even game. But if it reacts and gets these, I mean,
Ooh.
there's no interceptor here. Yeah, he's not moving them. He's gonna lose that. Very, very good move by Swakle to take that surviving bomber and stop this, because that would have been such a big advantage for Slow.
Yeah, Zlo has total air control, but if Sokol manages to drop on the left, he's gonna be able to scale quite quickly. Oh my god. Both okay. Now it's the Sokol with the full mass and energy bar.
He's not making any more air factories. He's not gonna have air forever. Zlo has way nicer air grid. He has a lot of air, 4 air factories, a lot of production, no naval factory for now. And there's a nice bomber. But Sokol is dodging nicely. It's gonna finish that. The transport gonna drop the NGs. Only one place, but I think I like it. You just want to be safe. But you need to split. Please split. Thank you. Yeah. Like in the long term, I think Zlo should still be really in a really good position. He has total air control, so he can drop multiple places at once on the islands. He's got the middle as well. He's got more energy income, only slightly. Like Sokol needs to go T2 air soon, I think. Sokol is also gonna try to drop top right, but I don't think it will work out, to be honest. He also needs to get the reclaim on the left island, and the max is really fast. Otherwise, he will fall behind.
Yeah, I just zoomed in real quick, and Zlo is going for massive airplay. He's got 4 air factories to Swakkel's 2. And with that win of the middle, with that extra Hydro, I think he's going to be able to push that quite hardly.
Yeah, after he finishes the Hydra, I think he'll start a T2 air factory. He has made a new one with couple pigeons addition to it, and it looks like a perfect position for T2 air HQ. He is also assisting a lot of engines out of the land factory to get more build power going.
Swakkel trying to do something to try and retake that island. Not going to happen.
Yeah, not gonna work. Zlo is on top of it. Swakkel is faster on the naval production, but with Zlo's air control, if Zlo decides to rush T2 air, he can just make couple torps. Another 2 transports for Zlo, so maybe he's gonna drop some offensive units from middle to Swakkel's base. Both players have invested into 1 T2 max. Actually, my bad, Swakkel has 2 now.
Gotta spend that mass bar. And I like that Swakkel is an early aggressor because now he's going to have a frigate moving around the center island to be a pain in the butt with it. And Zlo's not going to be able to get his naval factories up there that he had planned.
Yeah, okay, so Swakkel starts his T2 air HQ. He's lacking power though, he doesn't have enough to do it for now.
Well, he's upgrading his ACU to T2, which is
Ooh,
interesting.
Maybe he's gonna go for a drop. Also, Swakkel tried to drop the 4max island on the left side that usually belongs to Zlo, but Zlo has a bomber ready and waiting. Zlo is actually delaying his T2 air HQ quite a bit. I don't think I like it. He should have just paused his T1 air production and rushed the T2 air HQ. Because right now he invested a shit ton of resources into a lot of T1 pigeons instead of trying to get the T2 up and running. And he doesn't really need more intis right now. He already has air control, so it won't really achieve much. So I can't say I agree with his decision making there. I think he's being quite inefficient. However, that's quite typical for Zlo, to be honest.
Zlo has had this T1 factory on the right side for a long time and finally just gets his Zui out.
Yeah.
So
actually, the engineer is within the minimal range, and the NG will reclaim the Zui. However, the NG from Zlo will reclaim the NG from Swakkel. So yeah. I guess we know who gets the island now.
All of a sudden, Zlo has a lot more T2 maxes too.
Yeah, he just finished another 3, so he's currently leading with 2. 4-2 in T2 maxes. I think Swakkel is gonna go for a drop. Yeah, he's started a T2 transport already. Swakkel is floating mass again. That's not something you want to see. He should also pause his air factory. He cannot afford making the T2 pigeon and the T2 transport at the same time. I wonder where he's gonna drop. If I would be Swakkel, like, if I would feel like I can have a decent shot at the game, I would just drop the middle island, to be honest, and just get it. Because then you can equalize the map control and actually get ahead.
But if he is feeling desperate, then you need to drop the main island. However, I think that's a bit too risky right now.
He's gonna have to go for something fast and disrupt slow because he's just gotten the 3 of the miniature islands and the actual middle islands, and I just don't see a way
Yeah.
for Swackle to get those out of the way. Producing navy yards all over the place. He's at home, he's at the left side, he's in the middle.
Yeah, but again, most of them are idle. Actually, no, my bad. Most of them are actually now switched on. So, and it's currently, the income is 120 to 71. By the way, you still have your Supreme scoreboard on.
That's weird, I turned it off. Wonder if it reset itself. My mistake.
Okay.
And here comes the comm drop into the middle.
Yeah. I like it. Although it's...
If those inties just for whatever
Yeah,
reason
if
get a
those
small
inties
hint
move,
of it
he's
and they
dead.
move,
Imagine if there would be a scout from Swackle that would activate all the intis, they would fly forward and then kill Swackle.
and
No
he's
reaction
gonna
from
get
Zol
away, yeah.
whatsoever. If you are Swackle, you need to make some AA pretty quickly though.
I don't think Slow has any idea that his ACU has landed there. He's got a lot going on around here.
I mean, now you know. He
Yep.
just scouted it. And Zlo just finished a lot more T2 maxes. He just finished like 4 or 6 T2 maxes.
Oh yeah.
He now has 12 compared to Swackle's 5. So yeah, even if Swackle takes the middle island, it's definitely a start, but without air control, less navy, and less income, it's gonna be hard. Zlo just dropped Phobos behind Swackle's ACU on the water so that they can kill the faction from behind, but Swackle has a couple frigates here. It's quite nice. I think Zlo will just kinda ignore... Wait, Zlo still hasn't finished his T2 RHQ.
No, he hasn't. I was gonna say Swackle has he can start spamming out air like crazy if he wants to.
I don't think you even spam air, you just spam random shit around the map.
And some Phobo drops in the mid islands, see if he can take something out.
Yeah.
He'll be able to do that.
That
I
would
love
be
that.
nice.
That's really good. I know it's only a T1 transport worth, but he'll probably take out these two right here.
1 or 2 maxes even.
Yep. Now we
He
have
should make
the
like...
dance.
He should make 1 or 2 notas and try to kill the 4 maxes on the little island belonging to Zlo, but Swackle needs to scout, because I don't think Swackle realize how many T2 maxes Zlo really has. He sees only like half of them. He's gonna kill one here, and he doesn't go for the other one because it's not scouted. He could have killed the other one easily if he wouldn't go there.
He's paused all of his energy production here. But Swackle's having a really hard time getting this T2 PD to stay up.
Yeah, so many
But
Phobos.
I think he's gonna get it here finally. Yeah, he's got that finally, so at least he can do that. For the moment, Swackle has a little bit better navy numbers, but with Zlo's superior economy and amount of naval factory spam, I think you're gonna see that turn pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. The income is the most brutal. The income difference. And there, Zlo just keeps echoing. If Swackle doesn't do a lot of damage and kill the T2 maxes, Zlo just kind of run away with navy production. He can get T2 navy and just finish the game that way. Swackle is trying some drops, but he needs to kill T2 maxes. And fast. Like the middle is gonna... Swackle is gonna get that, but it's not gonna be enough. He's still really behind on the eco side of things.
Going for a second T2 P-Gen, which I think is a bit of a mistake. I think he should get some more economy up first. Sorry, mass extractors up.
Are you talking about Swackle?
Yeah, he's going.
He's making his third pigeon. That's not a second pigeon.
Oh, okay, my mistake. Third. Maybe T3 air rush.
No, I don't think so. Not enough mass. Yeah, so like Zlo is delaying Swokkel from regaining the mid control, but there's no way he's gonna be able to stop him forever without like T2 air investment into the middle or T2 navy. And Zlo is not spending his mass, he has 3k mass in storage.
Yeah, he's paying attention in the middle, and he's just going from max to max on the right island. Just well, he was sending engineers around, but he's probably not queued up enough commands for it. He just has so much map control and advantage that's giving him such an eco boost. He can't spend it all, so he's a little behind. But I think this push right here could just come in and just kind of kill everything. Swakkel's trying to do a huge navy spam right now, which is not exactly going to work.
I mean, why not?
I just don't think he has the economy to push for it right now.
I mean, for now, he's able to afford it. The bigger problem is the amount of frigates that Zlo has right now.
Right.
Like, Zlo has... Currently, it's 11 frigates for Swokkel to 31 for Zlo, but Zlo frigates are all over the place. If he groups them up, he can actually just kill Swokkel's production. Because Swokkel cannot make torps, because he just doesn't have air control here.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't start pumping out a ton of air, considering that he has so much energy production. That's a lot, 3T, 3P gens already. First one just went up for Zlo, and wow, he's just, yeah, he's got a massive amount of air factories. This was an interesting win for Swakkel here. I thought these frigates were just going to run over here and just take everything out.
Yes, as I said, the frigates from Zlo were really spread out. So even though Zlo had a lot more, he wasn't able to secure the win. And now look, there's quite a bit of mass. There's 4.5k mass around the main island, so Swakkel can basically support all of his naval production with that. He's going for T2 navy, which I like. And Zlo still hasn't really figured out what he wants to do. Just now he finishes his second T2 gen. And now he actually, because he made so much of everything, now he started stalling. And look, Zlo made naval yards all over middle, and now they're all gonna die. The Phobos.
Yeah, so this would be a good mass pickup for Swakkel, obviously. I think with the T2 Navy, he gets that destroyer out in time before these get here. I think he's okay, because these, they're going to turn around now and go over here. That's going to be the tough point right here. He needs to get his frigates back here and try and hold this out for a little bit.
Yeah, like if Swakkel manages to defend in front of his main base, groups up the frigates and takes the fight when, like if right now he shifts all of his frigate on top of the 8 that are in front of his base, and goes back when the other arrive, I think he can still, and reclaims all the mass around the middle he has access to, I think he can make a nice comeback. Like the income difference is not that big anymore, it's only 40 mass per tick. Or rather per second.
Yeah.
And like the destroyer is about to get finished. And there's different RHQ from Swakkel,
Yeah.
while Zlo is just investing into infinite T1 factories.
He does have a T2 naval factory oddly placed on the top right island, kind of tucked away. I was going to comment on that, and I'm actually kind of wondering if Zlo just gets some T2 transports up here. Swakkel really doesn't have much to hold off on, like the, oh, actually you see some Zuis coming here to be a pain in the butt and pick off those mexes. He could do some drop here and do some real damage, because Swakkel just doesn't have enough to cover up this.
Actually, someone text picked up that, you know, there's a nice upgrade for Swakkel coming in.
What's he gonna hit though? Wait.
Main base and the side island. Look, the side island is all T2 max, no TMD, no T2.
Oh, that's gonna be beautiful if that works. That's Chad.
Like, you move to the water 40 meters and then you can hit 7, 8, wait, 4, 8, 9 T2 maxes? No, there are 8 T2 maxes on the island.
No subs out for, I mean, we're getting torpedo bombers from Zlo at this point, so I think he might be able to stop something like that, but...
Swakol is about to finish his T3 pigeon. I'm not sure I like the T3R switch from Swakol. I think he should have stayed with the
Stop
T2
this.
Navy and the TML. Because this was too expensive. I feel like if you put more into Navy and then had a cruiser over his ACU to defend from torps, he would have been fine. Also, he's losing T2 Maxes on the right side to couple Phobos, that's really bad.
Yeah.
He never invested into any tanks there. There you go, the first TML
This
flies
is
off.
gonna be great.
I mean, with the TML ACU play and not going for T3 Navy would be, I think, really a nice comeback here.
This is awful. These Zuis on the right side here. Sorry, just have to comment on that.
Yeah, it's just hitting so many maxes for free. 3 T1, 2 T2, just 2 Phobos. Finally, a bomber's being dispatched, but now there are a couple torps from Swakol, but they are only like 2 torps into 20 frigates. That's not gonna work. He needs to go back with and wait for the second destroyer. Not looking too hot right now.
Indies are taking fire like crazy from the frigates. Please move.
Yeah, most important, they all are nearly out of fuel. They
So I
haven't
think-
landed in a while.
Slow has recognized that there is a TML ACU coming out over here.
Also, Swakol cannot target the maxes because he didn't scout them.
Oh, really? He still
to-
doesn't see all these up in the north?
Yeah, it's all grayed out. He knows they are there, but he needs to kind of like ground fire or
I
something.
think with the way the game code works with the targeting, yeah, you said it there, ground fire. It's a pain in the butt that you can't target those.
I mean, he just get an air scout. Like he didn't scout how much. Like he didn't scout the little island with all the maxes, the side island, the main island. If you look, like the last time he scouted Zlot's main island was probably like minute 10 or something. Yeah, I agree, Thomas. The D3R switch was really bad. Now he's trying to make a Strat bomber. But like most of the maxes that the Strat would be able to kill because it's far away from the Indies would be on the right side. Like if you have a cruiser, then you can. Ooh, that's nice. Zlot micros his destroyer around the fleet of Swakol, snipes the cruiser, now runs away. He can even go to beneath the water if he wants to avoid taking damage from the frigates.
I think Slow will actually stop the production of it. He put a bunch of torp bombers over here. I was thinking that he's gonna come over. This is gonna be bad. Yeah. This may be it for Swakol here.
Yeah, there's a wing of torps and there's no AA.
Completely
Where did
outnumbered with
where
interceptors.
did the Strat go? Oh, it's still in the base.
Yeah.
Yeah, there go the torps. I think Swakol's days are numbered here. I like the idea. I think the main thing was just underinvesting in Navy and overinvesting in T3R. If he just won Navy and had 2 cruisers over his ACU, that wouldn't allow Zlo at all to go for the snipe. And then he would kill the whole island with the torps, with the TML ACU. Alright, GG. Zlo wins the mini LotS number 2
Very nice. Gets
in a
position
nice
up.
series versus Swakol. 2-1. GG's. Well played to Zlo. That was a very nice series.
And my session expired. This thing sucks.
Right? Yeah, sorry for that, guys. I didn't realize that I already set up the predictions, so I thought it's from the one from before.
There we have it. Here's our results. Oh, jeez, I can't show this all on one screen, can I? If I zoom out a little bit. Zlo having an on day, in my opinion. I was thinking he looked like he was playing pretty well today. Swakol did Be great too. I wasn't expecting him to beat turn. It looks like that game that we watched earlier had a bit really bad misclick for him, so I'm not sure who would have ended up winning that. But that's a nice pull for Swackle to get that many points and move up.
Yeah. Soko managed to jump over Jagged anyway, but he didn't manage to overtake Paralon and Tex.
Yeah, I think even with winning like the whole event, like it doesn't really matter first or second. He would have only gone up one spot, but hey, that's better than
No,
nothing.
he would take over Paralon and Tex as well if he would have won.
Oh yeah, you're right. Wait, did Jagged
now
play
has-
this? Jagged played this one, so I think he's going to get a few more points. Oh, he's only ahead by 2 points. So yeah, he could have very well done that because I think Jagged, like, where did he end in this one? Challenge, wherever he's at 5th, so I think he gets 4 points. I have to look up real quick.
No, 2. Only 2.
Mini lots, 5th through 8th, 2 points. Yeah, so Zlo gets 10 points, Swako gets 8, third gets 6. Where does that put us?
Star. I'm currently filling up the points.
Nice immediate update this time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to put in some
Worst.
formulas into that thing so it auto-organizes based on points and stuff. As you can see from the forum thread, I've messed it up like 3 times in a row already.
Well, you just need to make sure that
I know.
the array formula is for the setup for the highest guy. Wait, why are the formulas fucked up here? That's weird.
Oh my goodness, my client's just completely dead, so I can't even talk to people right now.
Mm,
I don't think we have to talk to anybody anymore at this point.
UD, I need to give it. Where's Eternal? There we go. And the rest are getting a solid 1 point. Blast. Default Noob is Banani, right?
That's Banana, yeah.
Alright. It's.
Not let me bring up the point system right.
I mean, the LotS group is undefined yet. Since we are either gonna use stake seeding or we are gonna do some picking system.
Yeah, that's true. It seems like there was a lot of people really excited about the whole captain system that we use in GSL StarCraft 2.
Yeah, the picking system makes sure that the groups are more balanced, since it would represent the skill, basically. Okay. See.
This is frustrating me. It won't let me like actually show the browser window I have with all the Legend of the Stars points right now.
Okay.
I don't know. I keep opening up in its own window to do a source, so we'll see. But all right, I'm just gonna show. Try and do it. I'll just bring it real quick.
Okay. It's been sorted. Wait, okay, something was fucked up.
That's a good question, Thomas. Basically, it's going to be trying to think of how many people to actually. I'm probably going to finish off the rest of it tomorrow, but I think it's going to be a little intense since it's like a one-time qualifier. Thinking maybe 8 people tops or something like that, based on seeding of ladder rating and LotS points or something. I don't think I'm gonna let the top 12 go in because they're already in. That wouldn't make any sense to let them play for that one.
Yeah, like basically everyone that says qualified through points is already in, and
Yeah.
they have a seeding, and then the qualifier will fill up the last remaining spots.
Yeah, with 8 players, there's all sorts of things we could do. Since that's such a low amount, we could just do like a single elimination with best of threes starting off at the beginning. We could do double elimination where it's single ones and then best of threes later on, the semis and finals or something. I haven't decided, but it's going to be something kind of similar to that, I think. So we'll keep it off pretty close so that you get priority to the people with traditionally like really good players or something like that. So if like Blackheart does enter this one, actually sorry, Blackheart's already in. So let's see, like we have UD Art Simcat that haven't placed quite yet, so if they get in there, they'll probably take over the spots because they have a higher ladder rating than most people. We'll have to figure it out. But long story short, I don't have it completely fleshed out right now, but obviously the top 12 are not going to be entering that one. So apologies, I don't have the exact format right now, but you can expect something like that.
Mm, 1 second, I think there's something wrong with the points. Let me see.
Demon Streamer would be beautiful. Why is Farms there? Because he played a couple of events, that's why. Hmm.
Okay, that's why it's not working.
What happened to the array formula?
It's going to be fixed in about 2 seconds. There we go. Now it works. Beautiful. Okay.
Now we have everybody live checking it out to see what's happening. So we have
The current standings.
First to 12th. The cutoff right here, 13th through 16th, Agix, Turn, Tramber, Yudi, and Blast Chilled. They'll probably get priority to go inside the qualification event. And we'll have quite a good lineup for 1st through 12th, I think. Congratulations to Swackle for making the top 12. I think he wasn't there before, actually, now, if we look at this with the update.
Yeah, he was just on the edge.
So he's got in there. And I gotta hand it to him, actually, for being active enough to actually get here, because he doesn't get to play in his own events throughout the year. I can't imagine how many points and what position he would have right now with that kind of thing. So maybe that's a sneaky move by him to be in a lower seed. I don't know, but that's quite a thing that he can actually get enough points through this and by playing enough to do this, even though he's hosting something that gives... I think it's the Invitationals that give the most points, aside from the ones you get from previous year LotS, I think, correct?
Yes.
So there you go. So 40 points, and he didn't even get to play in like 3 of the events that hand out the most. That's pretty good. But yeah, I'm pretty much ready to close out right there. I'm gonna get going and go do some stuff, but I don't know if you got any closing comments on there, if we want to try and do maybe an interview or something like that with someone, or did everybody kind of move on for the day?
I think everyone kind of moved on.
Okay, all right then.
Well, thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you to all the players that participated, to all the viewers that decided to watch this nice tourney, and make sure to not miss the upcoming Legend of the Stars tournament. This is gonna be quite a juicy and a big one. So yeah, thanks for watching, and see you guys later.
Take care, guys.
Bye bye.